The good we secure for ourselves is precarious and uncertain, until it is secured for all of us and incorporated into our common life. White, the color most transfixed with its idealist viewpoint, one that aims to create a world where no one is left to suffer. Of all of the 5 colors of Magic the Gathering, I find white to be the one that mirrors humanity's needs the most. Not so much in our carnal or animal side, but more our need to group and find a common purpose. A purpose rooted in our need for order, peace, and structure. A noble pursuit that sets in stone its worldview. You see, white is rigid in what it believes and will not accept anything but this end. It is an idealist through and through, and because of this, it leaves little room for interpretation of its utopia. It is a philosophy that will benefit those that conform, allowing those who do a life without strife. But because of this, white has no need for those that go against the grain. White is a marvel in that it truly is the color that can love and punish in equal measure. If you don't quite know what I mean, then don't worry. After this video is finished, you will have a firm understanding of white. I will explain what is at the core of its beliefs, what motivates it, what traits it respects or reviles in others, and much more. My hope is that by the end of this video, no matter what your current understanding of the color pie is, you'll come out of it with a more complete picture of the building blocks of Magic the Gathering, and the philosophies that come from its colors. So, where do we begin? Well, it's simple really. We begin at birth. When we are first brought into this world, we're helpless and weak, and we rely on the kindness of our caregivers in order to grow into functioning adults. Every step of the way, we require a kind and helping hand, a strong sense of safety, and a rigid set of guidelines. We must be told what is safe and what may harm us. We depend on others to feed and clothe us, and it is through this guidance and kindness that we may prosper, or without it, suffer. White understands the power of nurture and the role it plays in our existence, not just in our childhood years, but all throughout our lives. Now, I want you to stop for a moment and think about your own life. Do you find that you lack structure, or are you content with the life that you've built around yourself? For most people, no matter which way you answer this question, you are at the very least aware of the fact that stability, safety, and peace are things we all need in order to remove stress and anxiety from our lives. For if we were to remove these things, we would be left with a life that is chaotic and stressful. And so it is from this perspective that white establishes the core of its ideology. No one needs suffer in this world, and together we can build our utopia. I know I'm talking in a manner that doesn't quite reveal the truth about white, but I just wanted to set up a base perspective for you. So now let us move on to exactly what I mean. White states that in order for us all to live a life of peace and stability, it requires structure, and structure requires law, and through law, we breed order. Now, of course, it's impossible for everyone to find exactly what they want out of this way of life, but we must be willing to sacrifice personal gain in order to find stability, and in that stability, we may all, at least, find peace. You see, by working together, making sacrifices for one another, and shedding our ambitions, we may set up not just ourselves, but everyone we care about for a life without strife. It is then quite important that we must value our neighbors as we value ourselves, and allow their struggles to become ours, and ours theirs. And through this collective selflessness, the load is never too great for one person. Of course, the first question you might ask is, if white states that we're all equal, then who could possibly set the rules and write the laws? Someone has to set a precedence, right? Well, in that you are correct, as even though all within white must do their part, we must still look to those who are wiser, holier, or more disciplined than us. We must ask our kings to set the laws, we must listen to the hymns of angels to find our path, and we must take to one knee and heed the words of our gods. As you see, there are those that have a deeper understanding of the true meaning of white than we do, and so their words must be counted as law. a law that precedes our own desires, even if we don't understand their intent. Because of this, it's probably no surprise that white is the color that most aligns with religion and authoritarian leadership. It allows the burden of many to be placed on one, and in turn, take the words passed down from the one to be the truth, and the one way that we should live our lives. White very often looks to those who can set an example of how we should be, and in turn, guide us with their actions. This way of doing things can come at a cost though, and there are those who would abuse such willingness to follow, but to white, there's no other way. We must believe that there are those that would act with our best interests in mind, and in most cases, those filled with white mana will act for our good. I know that what I've discussed so far may be hard to accept at first for some, but if we're to live in a successful society, it will take discipline, restraint, and compliance. You and I will have to learn to put our egos down and look to each other for security, and in this mindset, we will find that we've created a utopia from the ashes of chaos. One where we lift each other up instead of climbing over one another just to get ahead. I said white was an idealist, and I meant it. It has a perfect picture in its own mind of how it believes the world should be and how everyone within it should behave. So what is this perfect world, or utopia, in the eyes of white? Well, an ideal world to white is one that is united under a single banner, and one that is rallied by either a single king or god. It would be a world where war was no more than a memory, something relegated to history books to show how far it had come. It would be a world where everyone had what they needed, and unneeded suffering was replaced with tranquility. In this society, laws would be written in stone and acted upon with total conviction. But of course, in this utopia, it would be unnecessary, as undesirable human traits would have been left behind long ago, replaced by compassion, piety, and discipline. This new world would be one where no one takes more than they need, and no one acts against their neighbor, only for them. Now, of course, there are those who will go against the grain, those who see something beautiful and simply want to destroy it, those who think of structure as a prison and think that discipline is weakness, colors like black who only seek to satisfy their ambitions, or red who would follow their hearts into anarchy. Just the thought of this boils the blood of white. It cannot understand those that would act in a manner that is selfish or destructive. White cannot begin to entertain the thought of what would bring a person to lash out against their fellow man. To white, there is nothing more reviled than this, and so it is left with little choice, but to return with equal measure against those that would strike against it. Laws are rigid, the words of gods are absolute, and so anyone who steps against these doctrines loses any privilege they had of being accepted. At best, they'll find their neck in the stockade. At worst, the guillotine. Sure, you may think that white is harsh, that its methods lack finesse, but ask yourself, is the world these bad actors wish to bring about one you would wish to be a part of? On the other side of it, there are those that see a similar path as white, even if white doesn't agree with everything they do. While white is always striving for its version of utopia, it can still find traits within these other colors that it appreciates and respects, such as the efficient, devoted, and calculating mind of blue, one that sees the value in perfecting the world around it. As well, there is the color green, a color that's content, harmonious, and accepting, ideals that parallel white in many ways, even if it can lack the convictions to act. I know there are points when I speak about white that you might pull away. You may be turned off from such things as discipline, conformity, or law. I know for me personally that these things don't sit well with me either. But we must also remember the intentions of white. It is a philosophy that asks for compassion, all while knowing that our human desires can sometimes push us into acts that are selfish and destructive. White merely asks that you devote yourself to something greater, a pursuit that is noble and selfless, one guided by morality and not desire. Sure, it may sound naive and overtly idealist, but if you don't have an ideal to stand for, then what future can you hope to create? Whew, I am so happy to finally... Knowledge has to be improved, challenged, and increased constantly, or it vanishes. Blue is the eye that is always looking to the future, the mind that is transfixed with life's riddles, and the hand that crafts spectacular tools of magic and steel. Blue is the question at the tip of the inquisitive tongue. Simply put, blue is the color that sees itself and the world around it as incomplete, something to be shaped and improved upon, a task it obsessively intends to complete. It is the color that aims for perfection and understanding in all things. What is interesting, though, is that if blue were to be honest with itself, it would tell you that perfection is an ever-shifting goal, an impossible dream, but one it will devote its life to pursuing. For when something has improved to the state of blue's ideal, it only opens a new door of understanding, and in that understanding, a new perspective is gained. And in that perspective, it sees there is more that can be done. You see, blue has an insatiable habit for learning, tinkering, and iterating, a habit that guides much of its actions. But what does this really look like? How does this mindset come to be? And where will it lead blue? In this video, I will discuss just that, and hopefully, with this knowledge, you'll have a better understanding of one of the fundamental building blocks of the color pie. Alright, now that I've set the stage, I want you to get comfortable and join me in taking a closer look at blue. The eye opens to a new world. It does not yet understand what it sees, but it takes in all of the wonder before it. Blue, when broken down to its simplest form, is a color that gains satisfaction from understanding itself and the world around it. Then, armed with this understanding, it can find its true purpose. Blue takes in every bit of sensory information it can, and forms an image in its mind of what it wants from this life. Once it has found its focus, it then aims to understand everything about that thing, whether that be the magic of time itself, the inner workings of the human brain, the expansion of technology, or the source and application of mana itself. Blue understands that knowledge without action means nothing, and so it is with this mindset that understanding turns toward perfection. Blue will take what it has learned and then ask itself, what more is there, and what more can this be? To this end, blue utilizes magic and tools crafted by its own hand, magic that unlocks further magic, and tools that allow the construction of more complex tools. But understand this, in the mind of blue, magic is just as much of a tool as a hammer, and there is hardly a distinction between the two, making blue quite interesting in that it adapts itself to accomplish what tasks it wishes to solve, and in turn will just as soon become an artificer as it would a wizard. In our own world, a blue person would become an engineer, or a scientist, for isn't science not some form of magic? And doesn't an engineer not craft tools that push humanity further? This, in the end, is the true purpose. Search for the question, build the tools to solve those problems, gain a new understanding from what was solved, and then repeat this for the rest of time. It is an obsessive loop, a need to know, to act, and to bring about change. So, what aim does blue have then? What would it be satisfied with? Or could it ever really find satisfaction? Well, in a lot of ways, I don't really think blue could ever be satisfied, as every step forward allows it to peer further down the path, and in turn, it sees that the path has no end. In a lot of ways, the path is more a circle than a line, and this obsessive nature is rather common with blue. To some, it may seem like a frustrating existence, but to blue, this is what makes life worth living. For really, what would life be if you had nothing to work towards, even if that work is never complete? Now, let's step away from how blue thinks for a second and discuss what sort of utopia or ideal world it would like to see, as I think this helps shed light on the mentality of any color. You see, The utopic world reflects a color's brain in many ways, as it shows us what sort of conditions it would find most productive or satisfactory. So, what does this blue utopia look like? Well, blue would like to see a world where learning and discovery were treated with as much conviction as any other human desire, if not more. A world where each person contributed towards a logical conclusion. It would be a world with a sense of progress in every action. There would be no time wasted on trivial things, and each individual would act in a way that contributed to the goal. Of course, this would lack the aspects of humanity that we're used to, and would in many ways devolve into a robotic society. But it would be one that would surpass the constraints put on humanity by our own frivolous desires and emotions. Blue pleads with us to look to a future that is more impressive than the fate we're stumbling towards right now. It says to us, look skyward to the stars and think for a moment, how far would we be if we spend less time making weapons to destroy and more time making tools to create? Think of what could be done if we stopped wasting time and started utilizing it. In this way, blue is the color that often finds itself completely obsessed with whatever it is that holds its focus, sometimes to its own detriment. It can be hard to hold a relationship with a blue person, as they may neglect those around them, if those people do not contribute to its work in some way. It is the color that is just as happy working alone as it is with others, just so long as those people do not impede in its progress. Now, don't get me wrong, blue is aware that it can accomplish more together than alone. In that way, it can often agree with white, as it's just as important to find a perfect version of society as it is to find the perfect version of oneself. To blue, it is the perfection of all things that is the true goal. So, in a lot of ways, white and blue walk a similar path. It's just that one uses compassion and the other logic. Now, this is not to say that blue is always aligned with white though. We must also be aware of its other neighbor, black, a color that brings out a different side of blue, as it finds black's sense of amorality a boon, especially when working on things that require a lack of empathy, as it can have little use for ethics when the truth is so close. It also finds a like mind in black in that both colors value a sense of ambition, a goal that shifts ever higher. Blue is always pulled in these two directions at every moment, creating a conflict of logic versus compassion. Blue must always be wary of this, as reason without empathy can often turn a person cold and unfeeling. On the other side of it, you have the colors that bring blue frustration, colors only living for the past or the present, never acting on what the future could be. Colors like green, that think constant improvement is a sin to nature. Or red, a color so swept up in its need for immediate gratification that it loses sight of what is in front of it. Blue is a mindset for those that wish to understand the world around them, and through that understanding, gain the ability to improve. It is the color that reaches for perfection in all it does, and is never satisfied, as each answer undoubtedly becomes a new question. This cycle aims to continue forever, as there is not a true way to understand everything. But to blue, that's where its purpose lies. It doesn't so much want to know everything, as it does want to actively discover what is hidden. It is the act of pushing forward. It is the starting from nothing and adapting and learning at all times. Blue is a color that is focused and driven, a color that is adaptable and efficient. It's easy to imagine what drives blue because I think there's a little bit of blue in all of us. It's the part of our being that looks to the stars and wonders what is up there. It's that feeling you get deep down when you try to imagine the concept of infinity and the impossibility of time before time. All blue asks is that you feed that curiosity, and in doing so, learn what your potential is and how far you can push it. Well, thanks for joining me on that journey. Don't think about making life better for other people who don't even deserve you. Rather, focus on making your life the best for yourself and those who love you. Black is the ego. It is the view of oneself as the center of all that goes on around it. It is the philosophy of honest self-reflection, one that does not deny that humanity is inherently selfish, a side that must not be ignored, for to deny that truth is to deny a fundamental truth of ourselves. Black states that the truth of humanity is that we wish to not just survive, but to thrive within our limited time on this earth, and it is because of this that humanity has flourished. Black is the color of resourceful ambition and of amoral realism. It does not ask what others may do for it. It only asks what I can do for myself. It is a unique perspective that goes against the teachings of our society. Teachings that tell us to be humble, to not covet, to be happy with what we have and our lot in this life. Black denies this wholeheartedly and is adamant that it is meant to be more, to have more, and that this life is to be experienced on its own terms, not the terms of those too blind to see the true nature of existence. Now, this is not to say that Black cannot love or that it cannot be kind. It is just that it will not spend a moment on those that show themselves to be a drain on its existence. In my experience with this channel, I have found that Black is the most divisive color in Magic. I'm sure there are already sides forming based on what I've said so far. On one side, people might say that Black is the color that represents all that is wretched in this world, while others might state that it's instead the philosophy of realism, or that it simply is misunderstood. The answer to this question, though, is not so simple, and like all of the other colors, Black is a spectrum of extremes. That's the interesting, yet divisive thing about Black. A lot of us have a singular image of it, but it can be so much more, and I urge you to wait till the end of the video to form your opinion. To me, there's the obvious side of Black, the side that can be the villain, a member of society so hell-bent on its own success that it walks all over others. But it can also be a person who simply takes pride in themselves, someone who understands the harsh realities of this world, that if you don't put yourself first, no one else will. We'll talk about both sides of Black, and how each member of the color pie influences this dichotomy, and where exactly Black stands when all is said and done. So let's first be clear with what Black is, and what is the true core of its philosophy. To do this, I think it's best I paint you a picture of a person who abides by this way of life. Let's take a moment to imagine a person comprised of black mana. It doesn't really matter what they look like or what their gender is, as they could be anyone. This person perhaps had a childhood where they lacked a lot of the comforts or advantages that other children had. This life was difficult, and they felt as if they did not deserve what was handed to them at birth, a sick joke from the randomness of the universe. Because of this, they are resolute in their desire to gain more for themselves, and to pull themselves out of their situation. What's more is perhaps this person had dealt with some severe trauma in their childhood, early enough in their life to shape their understanding of the world around them. These aspects combine into an understanding that the world is cold, and no one is there to save you. As this person gets older, they take to school as a practice run for their adult life. They make sure their grades are high, whether through studying or cheating. They make friends easily and desire many of them, either through their guile or mysterious charm, or through their ability to show each person the face they wish to see. They come off as charming, attractive, and mysterious, all tools to further their ends. Out of high school, this person leaves home as soon as the diploma is in their hand, resolved in taking everything they've learned growing up into the real world. They find success rather quickly as they're crafty, bold, and resourceful. This person climbs the ladder of their chosen career with ease, as they know what to say and do to place themselves into higher levels of power. It doesn't take long for them to become the vision of themselves they had as a kid, someone successful, independent, and beautiful. When they reflect back on where they had come from and where they are now, they're filled with a well-deserved sense of pride. This pride echoes out into how they present themselves. Their appearance is no longer that of the tattered and malnourished child, but is instead replaced with that of a fit figure. One they maintain regularly. They only wear the best clothes, drive the nicest cars, eat at the best restaurants, and live in the nicest homes. As each year passes, the child who suffered from poverty and abuse is merely a distant memory. They are now outwardly the person they knew they were on the inside all along. We can see here that black is the color of someone who's resolved to make their life the best that it can be for themselves. Whether it is spurred on by a rough and poor childhood or not, doesn't matter. What matters to black is the notion that they deserve to be happy and to prosper. Now, to get to this place, black understands that rules, obligations, and arbitrary morality will only get in the way. These things are constructs placed upon us by others, and to one who understands this, there's no reason to restrict oneself arbitrarily. Now, this does not directly relate to total moral depravity, but instead is a way of thinking that refuses to place arbitrary walls in front of itself on the road to personal success. What's more is that we see black is driven by two very strong emotions, pride and ambition. These two aspects permeate within everything it does. It reaches for more and celebrates that achievement at every step. These things can be seen as a reflection of moral corruption by some, chiefly white and green, but to black, it is a purpose unlike any other. As we can already see, white is the color that black usually finds itself at odds with. It's the color that pushes directly against it. And from that perspective, we can see how an enemy color can shape members of the pie just as much as allies can. White consists of notions centered on ideals such as order, selflessness, and the burdens of moral judgment. Black defies these outlooks. It has seen firsthand the crushing weight of false morals others use to their advantage. It has witnessed priests line their pockets with the gifts of the poor. It has seen politicians make laws that protect their property and not their people. Black knows that humanity is cruel, and that white lies to itself in order to validate its existence. To black, white is the fool who punishes itself for following through on its nature, and of those that would abuse that willingness to follow. If these abusers are going to take such advantages, then they should at least be honest about it, instead of hiding behind gods and laws. The other force that pushes at black's borders, frustrating it further while forming more of its ideals, is green. This foolish color is so happy with whatever it is given. It preaches falsehoods like destiny and harmony. Black spits on such notions. Is it my destiny to suffer? Should I be thankful that I was brought into this world kicking and screaming only to find out the world didn't want me? No, black rejects these ideas. My destiny is carved by my own hand, and true harmony is a lie. On the other hand, its neighbors pull it in on either side, bringing out other aspects of black that are firmly based in those colors. To one side we see blue, a color that is at least reasonable when it comes to its outlook. It understands the concept that we must pursue a goal that is bigger than ourselves, and it's a color unafraid to get its hands dirty while doing so. Black enjoys blue's company because blue is a color that appreciates ambition and almost obsesses over it more than black does. A lot can be accomplished when these two get together, as they can feed off each other's strengths and shore up their weaknesses, though you best not stand in their way. Finally, there is red, a curious color, not much worried about anything really. It's a color black can appreciate because black understands the value in having a good time, and of being honest with your emotions and intentions. It's also the color that pulls in some level of humanity to black, as without this neighbor's influence, black would succumb to its narcissism and lack any level of empathy, even if it sometimes uses that empathy for its own gains. Now, I hope you understand how these colors shape black, in how it rejects its enemies' ideals in white and green, and how it borrows from its neighbors in blue and red. Black is complex. It is a lot more than we see in the cards. It's why I always bring this up, that black isn't simply evil, even if every card in Magic tries to convince us of this. Instead, it's a realistic outlook on life, one that puts itself first. Now, I'll be the first to admit that this can lead to total narcissism and self-satisfaction, but it can also be a force that raises a person up instead of allowing them to be defeated by their circumstances. What's more is that Black can love, and it does contain empathy stemming from Red's influences. Now, of course, a Black-aligned person isn't the type that loves unconditionally, no, but it will be the person who instead has many acquaintances and a few people that it holds close. To Black, the people it does hold dear aren't based on any expectations though, such as being family members. It instead finds people whose values and personalities match with its own. And in turn, it will cherish these people nearly as much as it does itself. Think of the people you consider the closest to you, and imagine the love that you project onto them. It's an almost selfish love, a love that binds them to you and you to them. Black doesn't love unconditionally, no, but it does love. The core of Black's belief is a culmination of experiences that lead it to believe that the world is either uncaring of its place within it or is actively trying to stifle it. Black then decides that it must lash out at this world in equal measure. On one end of the spectrum, it could be a person who simply wants to thrive in a world that has left them without any tools to do so. While on the furthest end of the spectrum, it could be someone who actively feels that life is a toxic and horrid existence, and in turn reacts to it in a manner that reflects that outlook. Like all colors though, Black is a spectrum of values. On one end, I think there is a realistic outlook that drives a person towards success, while on the opposite end of the spectrum, we do see a true villain. Where you choose to align yourself has a lot to do with your experiences that shaped your outlook. To me, Black is an honest mindset. It knows what it wants and what is important to it, and in this way, it sheds anything that does not align with this goal. Yes, that can mean it sheds its humanity, but it can also mean that it sheds every disadvantage that this cruel and random existence hands down to us. And there it is, Black. It honestly... The best and most beautiful things in the world cannot be seen or even touched. They must be felt with the heart. There's something special that can be said about the simplicity of red. A color whose intentions are rooted in the pure impulses of the heart. A color not bogged down by the doubts crafted by our own minds. Doubts which can hold us back from getting the most out of our lives. Now, don't be fooled by such words as simplicity, as this is not an offhanded remark. It is instead a strength in this context, and refers to a purity of emotion. As every moment we spend doubting ourselves, we move further away from our true nature. And so ideas such as immediate emotional gratification, purity of action, and impulsive reaction are who we really are, and it is something bred out of us through the rigid structures of society. Red asks that you rely on your body and not your mind. What I mean is that you should follow your heart, trust your gut, and do not be led astray by your fears and doubts. For if you do, life's true beauty will pass you by. Often we will try and find the best path forward because we are afraid of being hurt or of failing. And yet I would say these negatives are also part of what makes life what it is. We must get hurt, fall, and get back up to truly experience a full life. It is in every range of our emotions that we find purpose and a true satisfaction within our limited time we have on this earth. So do not fear what might be, and instead push forward with conviction and trust that your heart will lead you to where you need to be. To best understand red, we must do a bit of an introspective experiment. That way you can get into the mindset of this color. Think of a time in your life when you had that gut feeling, a decision that came to you instantly when confronted with a choice. In this situation, did you act on your feelings right away? Or did you hesitate and make a different, safer decision in the end? In this situation, did you end up regretting taking the safer path? Do you find yourself looking back years later and wondering what could have been if you simply had just acted on your initial impulse? In some cases, it's a love that could have been, last words that could have been said, or a missed opportunity of some other kind. This is what Red aims to avoid. In the end, we know what we want, but often we delude our intentions because of fear and doubt. And so to truly be Red, it means to completely give in to these impulses and accept the chaos of who we really are. It is in this state of zero that Red exists. What do I mean by state zero? Well, when an impulse first comes to our mind, we rarely act on it right away. We take a moment to think about it, then we weigh another option. Finally, we may forgo acting on it altogether. In this way, we are stepping away from our initial state, or place of zero, and becoming a projection of who we think we are, instead of leaning into our original impulse by simply just being who we are. In this base state, we are driven by our emotions and of our inner mind, the part of ourself which reacts, our true nature. Of course, this hesitation comes from a place of fear and doubt. And to Red, this is what slowly kills our true self, until one day we look back and wonder how we could have changed so much. Simply be who you are, and do not try to be anything else. Just accept the chaos. I am hoping you're starting to understand where Red is coming from. But now I want to begin piecing together the implications of what shape a Red mindset would take by discussing the utopic view of Red, as I believe this will set in stone our understanding of this color, as the utopic view is the result of leaning fully into this color to find what they would consider to be an ideal world. An ideal world to Red would be one where each person is free to live out the true expression of themselves, a place free from judgment and artificial restrictions, a world constructed with empathy instead of rigid laws. It would do away with systems and laws which only benefit the few who create them. Of course, there would be a level of chaos here, as everyone's intentions vary wildly, and yet the people within this world would find a rhythm here, a place to be without fear. Anarchy doesn't always mean violence or destruction. It simply means organic systems which are dictated by the people within them, not externally forced upon them. We always see in Magic that Red is the aggressor, as it's a game centered around combat, which is valid, as anger is also a strong emotion in Red. But I do believe outside of this restriction, Red would more often align with compassion. Because when it comes down to it, most people are good. And it is the arbitrary borders and class systems we place between ourselves that breed resentment for our fellow man. In the end, we're all human, and all we really want is to be ourselves, to be happy. In this way, the utopia for Red would boil down to one goal: finding happiness within our limited time on this plane of existence, instead of toiling away with nothing to show for it. It would be a world where freedom of expression and freedom of emotion were the only ways to live. A place where compassion and camaraderie were the tools of keeping everything on track. From here, I want to talk about Red's placement on the color pie and its relation to each of the colors, because this is an important part of what makes each color what they are, as each color is influenced by its allies and enemies in kind. Let's start with Red's enemies first, to learn how pushing against their ideals forms Red's view of the world, beginning with White. It could be said that Red gains its desire for freedom from its opposition to White. Red looks to White and sees a color who restricts human nature because it fears chaos, even though chaos is the one constant in the universe. I have sometimes said that White represents humanity's desires, and yet Red would disagree with me on such assumptions, even go as far as to call them foolish. Red would claim that it is the one who holds the truth to who we really are and what we want. Simply put, humanity in its purest form. White wishes to stifle freedom for control, which it parades as some higher calling for peace. Humans, by their very nature, desire the freedom to act, and it's these falsehoods which oppress us. Red, in its purest form, could never see itself living in such a way. The other color which pushes against red is blue, a color of cold logic, a color whose delusions reside in the idea of perfection, as if humans weren't already perfect the way they are. Red disagrees wholeheartedly with blue's desire to put thought before feeling. As I've said, it's in doubting our initial intentions that takes us further from our humanity. It would seem to red that blue wishes to strip away its humanity and become more like a robot, and to that end, red stands in defiance of such ideas. What about its allies, though? Take green, for instance, a color that shares a lot in common with red. Green looks to nature's examples, in that it understands we are but animals upon this earth, and thus it follows its instincts to find its purpose. And isn't instinct another form of impulse? Sure, red would say we are humans, not animals, and we deserve more than that classification. We are indeed a unique part of this world. But there is a lot of room for overlap between these two colors. Green respects freedom, and in that way these colors help show each other that the answers we seek are right in front of us all along. We must simply look within to find them. Finally, there is black, a color much like red in that they both share a belief in the individual, in finding the path that is right for you, of getting the most out of your life. With both colors being enemies of white, they have a focus on personal satisfaction and validation. While black can take individualism too far at times, red can find common ground with black, and to that end, they both reflect the desires we all hold deep within. Red, simply put, is the color of freedom, passion, and emotional purity. If we look deeper into our own souls, we will find red within. It's the pulse of the heart that wishes to be free. It is the visceral reaction to what excites us, or of the deep love that binds us. This feeling is strongest in us when we are young. As children, we follow our heart no matter where it leads. Some say it's emotional immaturity, and yet red would state that it is us adults who are emotionally immature. By stunting, controlling, and concealing our emotions, we're saying that we don't like who we truly are. And to red, that's a shame. We need to reconnect with the child inside all of us, the one who gets excited, angry, sad, and happy at the drop of a hat. We must stop fearing our true nature, follow our heart wherever it may lead. Sure, we may get hurt, we may fall or embarrass ourselves, but if we don't put ourselves out there, then we'll never fall in love, find fulfillment, or act upon our desires. Well, that was the second last one of the read. Tradition is not the worship of ashes, but the preservation of fire. Listen to the rustle of the leaves, the babble of the brook, and you will hear the words of green, a color who looks to nature for guidance, as it holds all the answers we seek. There's no need to complicate things. We are products of nature, and because of that, she is within each one of us. Even in our modern age, a time where we move further and further away from her, she still calls to us and impacts our very existence. Green understands this, and instead of pursuing a purpose which is fabricated, it instead looks within and to the examples laid before us by nature. We were not meant to be surrounded by brick and battery, as this life erodes the purity of our soul. Green states that our instincts will guide us, and if we listen to them, we will have everything we need. There is a sort of greed that takes over our soul when we believe we deserve more than we need to live. And in that way, we strip away our true purpose. To be green means to hold on to traditions and the old ways of doing things. And in following proven paths, we will lead a more balanced life. It is a simplicity found at the heart of our souls. The tragic part is that we are aware of this, but fear the loss of our conveniences. This mindset, masked as ambition, is what drives us further away from what we were meant to be. If I were to define green more plainly for you, then I would say this. Green is the color of balance and harmony, of stability, and of tradition. It is the slice of the color pie that does not seek out its purpose. It is instead confident in the one it finds itself within. Of course, this does not mean there is no room for quiet introspection. No, instead it means searching for your purpose through the examples laid out by nature and being confident in your place once you have found it. And in that way, a true peace is found. A peace that can only be achieved through accepting one's own destiny and their place within the wider world. Many colors act to enforce what they believe to be the one truth onto the world around them, while green instead goes with the flow and finds a rhythm in nature's sweet song. It can be hard not to speak in such abstract terms when talking about green, and that is because there's no rigid definition. Each person's purpose is different and is dictated by their environment, but when you do find yourself wandering from your path, step back into nature. She will guide you through example. Therefore, things like tradition are important in that tradition represents a system which has worked for many years and guides us to where we need to go. What this means is looking to the past and present for answers, not the future. Animals act in their own form of tradition, in that their natural instincts cause them to act in a way that each member has for thousands and thousands of years, only changing when they must. And in that way, humans within green use tradition as a form of intuition. This does not mean green will not change. The difference is in the pace, as rapid change requires destruction. Instead, it is a personal growth through slow iteration, like that of an old tree whose branches reach slowly for the sky. For if it were to grow too fast, it would not have what it needs to survive, and in that way, it would perish. Or of evolution, which takes place over a millennium, refining the purpose of a species. If nature could stay as it is, forever in its natural balance, it would. And in this way, there is harmony. No one entity has more than they need, and each one has as much as they require. This is what I mean by nature's examples. If you're unsure of how green would act, simply just look to her lessons. They're all around us. Speaking of tradition, let us now continue the tradition of this series by discussing the utopic world for green. That way we can gain further insight into the core values of this color through example. It would be simple to just say that the utopia for green would be a world that was wild and left untouched by fallacies such as progress. But I want to change our perspective and talk about how we as people could achieve this utopia, or what examples there are out there of this idea. For one, it would require us shedding our rigid society and moving closer to nature. In this way, we would make a new home for ourselves, one that does not impede on the land around it, a place furnished with only what we need to live an adequate and happy life. We would hunt and forage for what we need and use every bit of what we've taken from the earth. There will always be a hunter or a gatherer. The issue arises when you take more than you require, thus upsetting the ever-important balance we all depend on. I believe in this way we can look to peoples who have made this way of life work until the day they were colonized, of the native populations of the Americas or of the tribes of Africa, people who lived and, in some cases, continue to live simple lives which are in harmony with the world around them and not in defiance of it. This, to me, is the space in which green sits. From here, I want to talk about the placement of green on the color pie, of its enemies and allies, and how their proximity helps shape this color, as it does with every color. I like to start with the enemies first, as their defiance of those colors shape much of its own ideals. First, we have black, a color of pure self-interest, one who will use up all around it for even an ounce of satisfaction. This, in Green's mind, is the greatest sin. Green does not believe that the individual has more importance than that of the wider environment around them. In this way, it shapes Green's view of itself, in that we must act with each entity in mind. The human is no more important than the animal, and the animal no more important than the tree. For where would we be if one of those things were to be removed? Everything would fall apart. Then there is blue, a color of ambition, manipulation, and logic. Green cannot understand what would drive a person to believe they know more than Mother Nature herself. We cannot apply cold logic to that which dictates everything around us. Also, if we do not believe that the ecosystems that have worked for us for millennia aren't already perfect, then what is perfection? Blue lies to itself and doesn't see the truth right in front of it, one that is ever so simple. On the allied side, let's first talk about white, a color who understands that there is a need for acceptance and collectivism. Another core ideal of white is the concept of order, and even though the way white goes about this is all wrong, Green can see the merit here, as order is very much a neighbor of balance. The difference here is that order is achieved through rigid structure, and balance is maintained organically, as the world, if left untouched, will always find balance. Finally, there is red, a color who understands that things need not be so complicated. Red finds its purpose through impulse, while green through instinct. Green may not always agree with red's approach, but it does teach green to be in tune with the feelings inside of itself. As we can see, no one color is what it is on its own. It's a matter of pushing against its enemies and learning from its allies. Green is the color that sees the bigger picture, and through this perspective finds its destiny and solidifies it through traditions. Life does not have to be chaos or order. It simply must be harmony and balance, ideals which can be achieved naturally. We simply must be willing to forego things like greed and ambition, and instead aim to live a life which does not take more than it needs and is an active member of the circle of life, not one who interrupts it for their own gain. What green means is that if we continue to take and take from this world and not put back in with equal measure, then we do not deserve our place within it. If we can accept who we are and what we were put here to do, then we may flourish within nature. For if we do not, then we will find that she will continue on without us, long after we have rendered ourselves extinct. Well, I hope this gave you something to think about, as well as Golgari is one of those combinations that has both fascinated and eluded fans of Magic the Gathering for quite some time. What do I mean by this? Well, it's a pairing that seems to tie itself to a single, very specific representation on every plane. But why is this? And is there more here than meets the eye? In this video, I will explain to you what exactly Golgari believes in and why. What you will come to understand is two things. Golgari is a combination that has a very unique perspective, and that the way in which we experience this pair throughout Magic does indeed explain something very profound. With that, I want to begin with the core conflict at the heart of Golgari, one that makes its way into almost every green and black card we play, as even their thematic differences can reveal what this pairing truly is. There are two inescapable aspects of our existence, and that is birth and death, the growth and decay of all things. We see these themes represented time and time again in the combination of green-black, or Golgari. But why is that? And is there a deeper meaning behind all of it? While these concepts seem superficial, they reveal a deeper perspective which lies at the heart of this enemy pairing. There is no life without death and no growth without rot. One does not exist without the other. This is a case of enemies in theory being part of a single whole. While these themes oppose each other in a fundamental way, they must respect each other and the circle that they play a role within. In this way, black and green can see across the divide into each other's realm. This, in turn, provides a unique perspective to the pair that no other dual combination can mimic. So, what does this mean for Golgari outside of its thematic representations? Well, think of it this way. With this breadth of understanding of life and death, one can know peace when it comes to the inevitability of existence. This is why Golgari has a relationship with both life and death in equal measure, one that is not based in fear, but rather reverence, and why they can find the beauty in both that which decays and in what grows. They understand that in death a new life can be formed, and in that way, there is beauty and balance in everything. Think of it like this. A compost heap is repulsive at first sight, with its rot and smells, yet it is brimming with bacterial life. In fact, this death and decay repeated upon itself creates the greatest conditions for life. Not only is there rich microbial life, but it can also be used to grow new existence. Golgari is then a combination who is fascinated with this state in between, or the space in which life decays, or in which decay breeds new life. This is why these themes are ever present, and why things like rot are so common with this combination. With this outlook, there is beauty in such things, or a visceral fascination. Now I want to step away from this more thematic representation of the combination, and now discuss what I believe to be one of the greatest conflicts that this enemy pairing must resolve, and that is autonomy or self-reliance versus destiny, purpose, or that of tradition. For green, I chose the word destiny, but in truth it could be called purpose as well, in that green believes that each entity upon its world is meant to do and be something. It is that entity's job to then fulfill that role within their life. So, in a way, a person's destiny is set in stone based on their purpose. In some ways, green has a solidified view of time in this way. Destiny speaks to a purpose taking a person into the future, while tradition speaks of purpose handed down from the past. This is something taken straight from nature. With the exception of humans, each animal and plant has a sole purpose, and the removal of it can cause rippling effects felt throughout the world. This is why green is so avid to continue nature's legacy. In the opposite way, black does not believe it should be shackled by a purpose. Each person should be able to carve their own path and make the most out of their own life. Destiny, one's role, or traditions be damned. In this way, black wants true autonomy, or pure self-reliance, unrestricted by outside forces. But you see, you cannot escape these outside forces. And in the same vein, perhaps our destiny isn't set in stone. This is where Golgari sits. Said from Golgari's perspective, it would be something like this. I am aware that there are forces outside of my control that affect everything within and outside the scope of my life. I am then at peace with this, and will apply change where it is possible for me. And so I should not fight against everything outside of my control, but rather accept what I am and do the most from what I am given, always at peace with what I cannot do. So, in this way, Golgari is not shackled by its fate, but rather sees the path laid before its life and understands that it sits at its center. a maggot does not dream to be king, but it will still consume to its heart's content. It accepts what it is while exerting itself where it can. So you see, Golgari once again balances self-interest, or the self in general, with outside forces greater than itself. Sure, its destiny is not set in stone, but it was placed here for some purpose. Or at the very least, it was born into an already established ecosystem that must be respected. Things like tradition then are not so much restrictions, but guidelines passed down of proven paths aimed to help the next generation find their way. It could be said then that Golgari sits in the middle of both life and death, and then of purpose and autonomy. Like most enemy pairs, it is a balancing act, which leads us into another important conflict within this color combination, and that is ambition versus that of harmony and balance. It could be said that nature maintains balance or harmony because it does not take more than it requires for itself. But does this not discount the great achievements of humanity, even though its actions have disrupted this delicate ecosystem? From another angle, it could be said that ambition does poke its head into nature, and it's because of this that evolution does take place. Even though one of Black's greatest traits could be said to fly in the face of Green's core tenets, we can see how grander aspirations can potentially be allowed in nature, as long as it's not in excess. You see, where the enemy colors do not agree is in the extremes of their ideals. Green does not allow for unrestricted ambition, or in other words, the unrestrained taking of resources from it, as this will ultimately disrupt the balance that nature has cultivated over millennia. The interesting thing is that Black disregards balance and harmony completely, just like it rejects most things, as it does not want to be told how it should be when what it wants to be is more important. When these colors come together, Black is able to see that its efforts have diminishing returns, in that it cannot continue to take and take without consequences. In this way, a Golgari-aligned person will indeed pursue their ambitions, but will not take without end. It respects the balance for what it is, and for what it provides. For if everything were to be taken from the earth, then nothing would remain for me. On the other side of it, Green can see the value in the strong reaching for the highest heights. Perhaps the first creature to step foot on land would not have done so if it did not desire what lied beyond its borders. In this way, Golgari sees that the world is indeed dog eat dog, and in some roundabout way, this does create some form of balance, taking shape in what we call the food chain. This hierarchical structure naturally forms when the strong take what they want, but respect the power that others hold over them. And over ages, this eventually solidifies. In that way, a natural harmony is formed. The key is to understand that everything is finite, and that we must understand that our actions have consequences. From here, I want to discuss a concept within Golgari that I don't see brought up much, but one that has become clear in my mind over the course of writing this script. With such self-important concepts fighting against those of the grander world and the infinite space beyond, there is naturally a line formed towards a thinker who discusses such ideas. For this, I have titled the next discussion as such: the practical versus that of the listless thinker, or the philosopher. With concepts such as place and purpose so prevalent in Green's mind, it can be a color whose head, figuratively speaking, is usually up in the clouds. These ideas are grand, and the scope of which causes Green to see itself as but a small speck among an infinite universe. This is then directly contrasted by Black, a color whom it could be said sees itself as the center of the universe. Naturally then, Black is a color who prefers introspection and self-analysis over that of ideas of place within. This, among other traits, is why black is often a color who is atheistic and amoral. This is directly at odds with green, a color who takes on a more wise and holistic outlook, that of scale beyond itself, or a purpose which guides its actions. It could be said with confidence that these concepts are nothing alike, and would lead to a stalemate of ideas. But of course we know that these ideas must come together to form this combination. These conflicting opinions are then transformed into something more agnostic and practical. Once again, it's an understanding that there is indeed forces of great scale beyond our understanding, and that we are indeed a small piece of it. And yet we cannot simply create our own answers from our lack of understanding. In another way, it is the idea that represents the power we ourselves hold, beings whose own bodies and minds are a miracle. In turn, this mixture of concepts, both personal and grand in scale, leads perfectly into someone who is a philosopher, someone who thinks both within and without, and of where the balance lays between its own self-importance and that of our true purpose, our reason for existing. In many ways, it can wrestle with this dichotomy for ages, never truly coming to a satisfying conclusion. Now, this may not be a common version of Golgari, but I believe it is in there still, especially with what we have discussed so far in each of our previous topics. This could also take shape more often when we apply this combination to our own lives and strongly defined characters. Golgari, above many other combinations, is granted a very unique perspective, and in that way I cannot see how this would not be part of it. It all starts with the core, inescapable fact of our existence. Everything grows and everything dies. We are not beyond both concepts, and Golgari understands this, and instead of fighting against either, it accepts both in equal measure, finding that space called rot, the continual death and growth found in nature. These concepts are not inconsequential either. They reflect what is at the heart of this combination. We see this in how Golgari balances its own very personal desires with that of purpose and place, of destiny written not in stone, but rather a living document forged ourselves. Do not discount Golgari's outlook, for it sees the world around it from a perspective not shared by many, that of viewing both the grand scale of the infinite and that of its own very personal experiences of it. I put a thought out to you to test your perspective and to see where you sit among this combination. Where is the line in the sand? Does destiny dictate everything around us? Are there forces out there persuading your every action? Or are we totally alone, free to act how we deem fit, a universe in our own right? If you answer one way or the other, you might indeed take on one of the two colors. But if you stand somewhere in the middle, with a practical and agnostic outlook, you, my friend, might be Golgari. The combination of blue and red, or Izzet, is one of true inner conflict, a battle of the heart and the mind. It's a combination we often associate with wild magic and science, and yet there is a greater truth at the heart of these colors, one that goes beyond its typical representation in Magic the Gathering. In this video, I will guide you through the core conflicts of these colors, all in an effort to find the space in between their opposing ideologies. That way we can truly understand the pairing of blue and red. I'm confident that after this video is done, you will have a better grasp on the characters we meet and the factions we encounter who fall under this combination. What's more is that you may even see yourself discussed in this set of colors as well. With that said, put on your thinking cap and follow your heart into our first conflict. On a macro level, the conflict that best represents these colors is that of the methodical mind versus that of the impulsive heart. In literal terms, the brain works as a system of switches, one that helps guide us through life using proven paths that we've discovered through trial and error. In abstract terms, the heart is the inner self,
the guide that is spontaneous. It pulls us here and there based on impulses and emotions. In this way, blue is the color of one who plans things out, of one who acts in a methodical manner, just as red is the opposite, allowing itself to be swept away by impulse. In this way, the combination of Izzet is one that wrestles with these two guiding forces. The interesting thing is that this conflict is present in every one of us. Some can remove impulse from their life and live a completely rigid lifestyle and thrive in it, while others will follow the winds of their heart, casting aside any structure. What we do know is that for an Izzet personality, both must be present, for we cannot exclude one of the colors. This then tells us that the Izzet personality is one of two things. Either a person who fights with both forces constantly, or that of someone who has found a balance. In my mind, a balance can be hard to reach without one more color's influence, and since we're talking about the pairing of Izzet and not that of the wedge of Jeskai, then I believe that the Izzet character isn't necessarily one who has a perfect grasp on both sides of the argument, but rather someone who struggles with it. They can have a well laid out plan and still see it brought to ruin through their reactions to events, as the pull of the heart can outweigh any methodical process for them, just as the heart may feel stifled when structure trumps that of its desires. Now, this isn't to say that either will always lead to a corruption of the other's values. In fact, the mind of a blue-red person can accept that this is the function they've been dealt. It is then this: no plan can outweigh an impulse that must be followed, and no impulse should lead to total chaos. In this way, an Izzet personality is methodical so that it can be impulsive in the refuge of its own design. One is the mechanism to experience life, while the other is the safety net that allows it to do so, as to be carried away by one or the other would lead to a life that felt incomplete in either regard. If we break open the conflicts of our previous discussion, we find two concepts, and those are emotion versus that of logic. What I mean is that impulses are the result of emotion, and logic is the mechanism behind that of the methodical mind. Both logic and emotion are at odds with one another because one is the rejection of the other. You see, blue regards emotion as the folly of man, while red deems logic as the casting off of our true self. In many ways, both are right, and once again, this is a conflict found within us all, one that is all too human. But for us, we often weigh one as more important than the other. It must be stated that neither can be ignored in the case of the Izzet-aligned person. What is emotion then, when it's combined with that of a logical mind? Can a logical mind find that there is truth in expressing who we are? Well, yes. Through logic, one could surmise that there is truth in emotion. And on the flip side, could it not be said that logic is the refinement of emotion, the taking into account of every aspect of oneself in order to find a satisfying conclusion? To help you visualize this dichotomy, I want to do an exercise. Look to a time when you knew what you should do or say, and yet you could not pull yourself away from where your heart was leading you. Love, in many ways, is the greatest example of this. We know what we should do, and yet we act against our own interests for the sake of our deep-seated emotions. On the other side of it, have you ever convinced yourself not to do something, even though your heart tugged at you to do so, simply because it was not the logical decision? To me, this feeling, this gnawing that is conjured up is it. If you feel this about more things than that of our single example,
then perhaps this combination is true to you. In many ways, the combination of red and blue is defined by that empty and anxious feeling. Not empty in a way that is incomplete, but rather a desire that is never satisfied. It is a combination that perhaps struggles with its balance, with one side winning out over the other depending on the situation. There is never a true balance in between, as logic will always be remiss to lose to emotion, just as emotion rejects logic wherever it can. And you know what? That's fine. There doesn't have to be some perfect balance between when we're talking about this combination. Of all the enemy pairs, it can be said that this is the one most comfortable in that turmoil, for neither the heart nor the mind can ever be truly ignored. Now, this inner turmoil leads us directly into our next discussion. An ideology defined by the conflict of heart and mind leads us to a conclusion based on their output, and that is chaos versus perfection. It's no surprise that when red follows through with its beliefs, it's a color who has no true structure to its way of life. Following one's impulses and emotions fully can lead to a chaos of being, and yet red thrives in this very way. The opposite is then said about blue. It is a color who finds purpose through rational and methodical thought, with an eye out for perfection, a concept, it is said, that cannot be found in chaos. And yet, here we are. The interesting thing is that this representation of the combination, that of chaos and perfection, is the one we see most in Magic the Gathering. That of the scientist who plays with chaos to inch closer to discovery, or that of the artist who crafts perfection through expression. There is something to be said about those who can dance between the yin and yang of these ideals. The card Expressive Iteration states this better than I ever could. Prismari students dance in the tension between passion and perfection. You see, it's just that, a constant tension between these two states of being. Yes, perfection is not quite a state in literal terms. Rather, in this context, it relates to a person who looks for the perfect outcome in life, wishing to shed chaos. So in this way, the truth of this combination is a tension of being. And yet through this push and pull, the blue-red person is someone who can thrive, even though there is a gnawing of self. To me, this conflict is a yearning for both sides of the coin. For one, they want to push the boundaries of what they feel comfortable with, to dance in chaos, and yet their eye is always looking for that one discovery that will take them to their ideal self, the perfect vision. There is a playfulness here, one that spits in the face of safety, and yet acts with purpose. When red is alone, there is no perfection, just action. And when blue is alone, action can be stifled by the pursuit of perfection. In this way, red frees blue from its shackles, and blue guides red beyond its impulses. It is not a finding of the perfect space between, but rather an addition to each other's ideals that creates something new inside of that chaos. If we take on a wider lens to our discussion on Izzet, there is an idea that is touched on but never said, and that is the conflict between the present and the future. Much of the beliefs of blue lead into this idea of creating a better future, acting in a manner that is efficient and yields the best returns based on logical outcomes for itself. What's more is that the idea of perfection is an iterative process which aims to shape that future. The opposite then can be said about red. If one is always following their heart, impulses, and emotions, then one is very much in the present. Red does not look to the future or how its actions affect it, and to red,
That is how it should be. So then, where does this leave us with the combination of blue and red? Well, it comes down to this. It's that same gnawing feeling we've discussed before. That of both wanting to enjoy one's life, all while looking to what the future holds. For this idea, I think of the artist who wants to master their craft, but does not want life to pass them by. What I mean is that our life is limited. If we always look to the future, we will miss the present. And if we only look to the present, then the future may be tainted for it. So, once again, we see that blue-red is a combination always in flux, with such strong ideas pushing against one another. In no way can either of them truly be satisfied without the degradation of the other. And yet, once again, this is where Izzet plays. And I believe play is the perfect word to use. The blue-red person has an ideal self envisioned, one who can both experience life and one who shapes it. This is not to say that they ever get either right, but rather that they may bounce around between the two. They may spend their summers dancing in the moonlight, but then toil away in the winter, in some ways ashamed of the time wasted, but truthfully fuller for it. They master their craft until the call of their heart pulls them away. Then, once their heart is full, they focus on who they want to be, satisfying their vision of the future for themselves. Like I said, the Izzet personality is not one to find a perfect balance. Said once more, it is that gnawing feeling, the push and pull of the future versus that of the present. There will be times when one wins over the other, and they hyperfixate on that one thing until it does not feed them anymore, and then they move on. That is why I use the example of the artist, as the artist needs to experience life all while desiring to master a craft. The tragedy is that neither can truly be fulfilled in the short life we are granted, as there can always be something to experience in the present, while there can always be something mastered for the future. As we have learned, Izzet, or the combination of blue and red, is one that dances in extremes of being, a conflict of the heart and mind. When both logic and emotion are present in equal measure, there will be this constant struggle to fill a hole in oneself. A hole that is not bred of emptiness, but rather one that overflows and yet never remains filled. An Izzet personality may experience more than most in their lifetime, and yet will lay on their deathbed wishing they could have done more. There is beauty and yet sadness here. But to those who fall under this combination, they would dare not shed one or the other color, as this turmoil defines them. So if you feel I have revealed your personality here, do not fear the gnawing at your heart. Lean into it, and perhaps even you will find perfection in chaos. Darkness and light, discipline and self-indulgence, humility and ambition. Is it possible to find the place between such fundamentally opposing ways of thought? Well, you see, deep within us all, this exact struggle wages on. It's the little voices on either side of our shoulders, which either beg us to make the selfish or selfless decision. And there is no other color combination in Magic the Gathering where this is felt any stronger than that of white and black, also known as Orzhov. The key to unlocking the philosophies of a given enemy color pair comes down to one thing: finding how those opposing ideals can meet somewhere in the middle. Just because two ways of thinking oppose each other does not mean that they can't meet in that space between. The issue is that this space can be hard to find at first, but with a little creativity and introspection, we can get there. To start, let's discuss the biggest difference between these colors, and that is their take on morality, with one dictating much of its life through a moral code, while the other abandons it completely,
opting for a life unfettered by it. This doesn't mean there is no way to bridge this gap. In fact, I would say most of us are doing it already. It's rare to find a person who lives a perfect moral life, as morality changes depending on culture and upbringing. That right there shows us that morality is malleable. On the other side, there is rarely a person who lives with no morals at all. Even a crook will live by a code of conduct to some degree, even if a person like you or I would disagree with it. Without this functional moral code, a criminal organization would crumble under its own weight. So, as we can see, there is inherently a space in between these two sides of morality, and this is where white and black, when combined, are situated. Now, this isn't to say that there is a perfect balance, a point directly in the middle. No, in the case of enemy pairs, it can and often will lean more or less into either side of this debate, but never on one extreme or the other. So in a way, you could say that white-black has a more nuanced view of morality. It could be a more realistic outlook on life and its challenges, or it could be used as a way of dictating one's own life in a manner that facilitates a person's needs without restricting it arbitrarily. As an example, it could be as loose as saying morality is simply allowing yourself the freedoms you desire, so long as those freedoms don't infringe on the freedoms of others. To say morality is the starkest contrast between black and white would be misleading, because at the heart of every conflict between these two colors lies the idea of self versus society, or in other words, what is good for me versus what is good for us. This conflict must be resolved to properly combine these colors, and yet it's not that hard of a task. Once again, we can look to humanity. As much as we call ourselves good people, we will often take the path which benefits us over others, unless that other is a person who is close to us in some way. This does not mean we are evil or selfish for doing so. It just comes down to the attachments we create. In that way, being purely selfless is a rare trait, just as being totally selfish is as well. In that way, we could say the purest middle ground is taking care of those who you care about while being able to disregard the struggles of others. It's a more pragmatic outlook, one that says, as long as my friends and family prosper, then that's all I can really ask for. Once again, this would be closest to the center of these opposing ideals. So be sure to play with the ideas closest to each edge, as the experiment will lead you to new ideas. For instance, you could be a selfish person in most cases, putting your needs first, but you help those close to you, because if they succeed, then you succeed. On the other hand, you could be a kind soul, but have a realistic outlook. You can't help everyone, but you do try to help those you can, not losing sleep over what you can't do. The intersection between society and morality for white is the idea of law and order, and thus to dictate a healthy society in white's mind, one must enact laws which restrict our more dark human tendencies. On the other side of it, there is black, who always thinks of self over society and doesn't place morality in its way. It thinks of laws as needless restrictions that deny our desires. So how can these two see eye to eye here? What is the middle ground, for better or for worse? On one end, it could be taken as a way to benefit those at the top, a sort of laws for thee and not for me. In this way, it still makes laws which create order, and yet the push to its more black side allows the combination to benefit from these laws. An all too common notion that this combination holds is that order is important, and yet it should never be used to restrict me or those close to me. Once again, coming back to the idea that what is good for the group I am within is good for me. Of course, this isn't the only reflection of law and order in this combination, of course. Just as we said with morality, what constitutes lawful action can change from place to place and from culture to culture. Perhaps in this way, law is a malleable thing as well. Maybe it's something that shouldn't restrict us, and we should instead police ourselves. Should someone have the right to set rules for us that make no sense? Of course, there are cut and dry instances where order must be maintained, but it should not then cost us our autonomy. Kings cannot pass laws that only make the serf's life hard. Everyone should have the chance to be themselves and pursue their own interests, so long as those interests don't align with the taking of property or life from another without merit. This way relies more on humanity to police itself instead of rigidly written down laws, because culture changes and the laws are always one step behind. Now, as you can see, the intersection between law and independence is a vast one. It can be a chokehold a group has over a community, it can be independent freedom policed by the good parts of humanity, or it could be something else entirely. I could honestly go on about this aspect of this combination for a while, but we should really move on. Part of living and contributing to a society where each person acts for the greater good of the group requires humility, and thus this is a major factor in White's personality. What this means for Black, as its enemy, is of course the opposite approach. Black instead is the color of ambition, and will take any advantage or opportunity it can for itself, and boast about it every step of the way. With this in mind, how can we find that space between these ideas? I like to think of it this way. Ambition without humility will take a person down a path where they shed everything for small gains, trampling on others and inflating their ego past a reasonable point. This can often lead to a person who genuinely believes themselves to be better than everyone else. Toxic outlook, for sure. On the other hand, humility without ambition will have the opposite effect. You'll miss out on many life-changing moments, times where you could have made more for yourself. A person who is humble will find such gains to be inconsequential, but this doesn't mean you should forego the possible pleasures that this short life can bring. Will you look back and be thankful of that simple life? So in my mind, this combination takes a more pragmatic approach to these ideas. They see the purpose that their life holds, and yet they know they are just a person with faults. If we sit completely in the center, this is actually a very balanced outlook. But of course, this isn't always the case. Remember, if we are part of a combination, it doesn't mean we sit perfectly in the middle. It's up to you to find how you can bend towards one side of the color pie or the other. And in that way, you'll be sure to find an interesting ideal that sits between humility and ambition. This topic leads perfectly into the next, and that is the dichotomy between discipline and self-indulgence. Much like humility, White understands that it will take discipline to better oneself and the world around them. What good are laws and the pursuit of peace and order without the discipline to hold it all together? On the flip side, Black discards discipline for the finer things in life. Pure self-indulgence is better suited for Black. Once again, Black asks the opposite. Why restrict oneself when there is so much of life to enjoy? I may be doing harm to myself or others, but if I'm happy and I got what I want out of this life, is that not all I could ask for? Now, a life of pure discipline makes for a good monk, and a life of pure self-indulgence tends to end in self-destruction. So of course, the space in between this is a life of both discipline in the things the individual finds important, or of discipline when it comes to the preservation of self, or those you call kin, all while carving out time for yourself to do the things that you want, to enjoy life and its many pleasures. This topic displays to us that the philosophies we hold close as our own aren't a two-sided coin, one where we either are or aren't something.
In the same way, the 5 colors aren't the whole story on their own. White-black is a combination that must wrestle with ideas such as self and society. Said another way, it's what is good for me versus what is good for us. This combination can express itself in many ways depending on what colors you lean more or less into, or by taking on specific traits from each color and finding an ideology somewhere in the middle. As an example, we can look to the Orzhov Syndicate, who utilize white's influence over society and its focus on piety. Then they apply some of black's worst traits, such as greed. This is declared on the card Castigate, which reads, "We have no need for military might. We wield 2 of the sharpest swords ever forged. Faith in our left hand, wealth in our right." I like this because it really does show what each of the 2 colors are bringing to the table. On the other hand, we have the Silver Quill of Strixhaven, who utilize black's need to be center stage and the belief in the power of its own words and expression, which is then paired with white's desires to lift each other up. For this, we can look to the card Silver Quill Initiate. She had spoken the words 100 times, but under the spotlight, in front of everyone, something new emerged, and the crowd went wild. As you can see, white-black can be very diverse, and it's up to you to find how to best apply the colors present in this combination, and how their opposing philosophies can in fact complement each other. Because after all, life isn't so black and white.
Simic is a fascinating color pair, which blends the conflicting energies of blue and green to create something truly special. While the Ravnican Guild, that of Simic, does a good job of showcasing how science and nature can coexist, there is much more to this pair than meets the eye. In Strixhaven, we were given a glimpse into the mathematical side of the color combination, revealing a new perspective on blue and green, and yet we can still go deeper. In this video, I aim to delve into the underlying philosophy of Simic, filling in the gaps to reveal its true essence by presenting the core conflicts which shape the pair. This act of finding the space where the 2 colors present can agree through opposing ideas will give us insight into who this pair truly is. So with that, let's open our minds and explore the fundamental conflicts which form the philosophy of blue-green, or Simic. The most personal of conflicts within the combination of Simic, and one that permeates through all of its philosophies, is that of instinct versus learned knowledge, or nature versus nurture. Green as a color believes that it's born into a role and is given the tools it needs to grow into what it was meant to be, while blue states that we are but a blank slate, who, through learning and iteration, can reach its potential. With this in mind, the philosophy of Simic must lie somewhere in between. Simic would then be of the philosophy that yes, we are born into an environment and given specific traits which influence our purpose, but that is only a starting point. From there, we must always aim to transcend a singular purpose and work towards our potential. In fact, Simic would go further still and state that it is our human instinct, or nature, to learn, and that such desires are our evolutionary strength. This philosophy at the heart of Simic is that of taking the basis of nature, of our innate instincts and the environment which shaped us, and then iterating upon it through experience and learning. In the eyes of this pair, nature has given us a starting point, or a base set of tools, and a mission to accomplish. But in order to reach that potential or purpose, we must work towards it through learning and understanding, and of nurturing the gifts that we are given. In many ways, a reliance on only instinct leaves no room for growth, and a mind for only knowledge which rejects our instincts will find itself in a place removed from its true nature. Green may fear that by putting our mind to learning, we may discover answers that take us away from our animal side, from our purpose chosen at birth, and one shaped by our environment. But Simic's blue side states that we must not fear searching for knowledge, as this action will only take us back to the beginning, to the root of who we are, to the root of everything. You see, truth cannot be broken through questioning. It can only be reinforced, if it is indeed truth. In this way, Simic will dig into every bit of knowledge available, ensured that such instincts to do so will only strengthen its position. You see, it is indeed true that much like animals, there is innate knowledge within us, that of underlying mechanisms of the human experience, while at the same time, this knowledge is but a root state of being and must be added to. And through the act of understanding how those inner mechanisms function, we may better reach our potential or our purpose. Neither cancel each other out, and both can exist. This is what Simic respects and what the core of its being is based upon. The conflict of tradition versus that of progress is one that asks, should we rely on the rituals which have worked for so long, or should we always aim to carve a new path and abandon old ways, as they are but shackles upon the future? In many ways, these two seem as though they could not exist together, but the truth is that those same traditions were forged upon an empty path, and that progress without the foundation of tradition will crumble. Simic believes that yes, there is indeed repeatable acts forged through history that have value, but the value of those traditions should never hinder progress. And in that, through progress, new traditions can be formed. It's an outlook which has a greater effect on society, as many societies can stagnate in their traditions, while others are flimsy if they do not respect what has worked before. Think of it like this. A person is born into a system where there is deep-rooted traditions. These traditions then give the individual a starting point, which is based on ideas that have been proven to work. This individual can then aim to bring about a new methodology by leveraging that strong base. A society then built off of this pairing can reach new heights upon each generation, as the next flock will now have a new platform to begin their journey upon. If we only stick to our old ways, we cannot hope for a brighter future. And if we do not appreciate what has worked for our forefathers, we risk making the same mistakes that they did. In some ways, this is an act of both valuing the past as much as the future. Green is a color of acceptance, as its view of the natural world is that it's already perfect, and to cast aside any natural creation would mean doubting nature's intent. Of course, this concept does not extend to the unnatural or perversions of that natural order. This is why it often comes into blows with blue, as blue sees everything around it as merely an initial step into what it could be. What this means is that blue does not see anything as perfect the way it is, and instead aims to bring about perfection out of those things, like a sculptor to a blank lump of clay. As you may know, perfection is an impossible dream, and in this way, this striving for perfection is one of blue's greatest weaknesses, and its strengths. Simic in this way is then of two minds. Yes, nature is perfect, but that does not mean it cannot be helped along. You see, evolution shows us that nature is always working upon itself, even if that pace may be slow, iterating over a millennia upon its creations. An animal only becomes more specialized and efficient over time. So does this mean that green is then striving for perfection? Well, no. Green will accept each stage and will not interfere with it at any point, especially not in the way that blue would. Blue would place a rocket booster on a pig just to see it fly. What this means for Simic is that it will be a pairing who simply pushes nature along, or it will experiment with what is provided within the biology of nature's gifts, but will not pervert those same gifts. Nature is a wonderful engineer, but works far too slowly for my tastes. This flavor text from the card Master Biomancer to me encapsulates this conflict within Simic best. Nature will iterate through evolution, but rarely does it experiment with foreign ideas. This is what Blue brings to the table, a mind for experimentation and perfection. Simic then states that nature in all of its glory has left us all the tools we require and has hidden the blueprints among its creations. We need only dig into what is provided to learn what we can, and from there enact perfection. Humanity has always tried to understand the greater unknown forces around us in all of its infinite grandeur. This side of humanity is then reflected by the color blue, a color who cannot sit by and simply witness the many mysteries around them without trying to understand it all, down to its root equation. Now, it's not that green does not lay its eyes upon such infinite beauty and feel nothing. It's just that for green, it's a matter of reverence rather than curiosity. Green sees itself as but a small speck among the infinite. This revelation fills the color with calm and awe, while blue is overcome by a restless need to know, to reach out and lay its hands upon the stars, and to map its every molecule. The resolution to the conflict in Simic's mind is actually that it finds the whole argument meaningless. To say that humanity is only a small piece of the universe is foolish, as we are universes in our own right. And to say that we could ever understand everything is an arrogant position on our part. We are in fact an extension of the infinite, while being finite in scope ourselves. To an ant, are we not gods? But to a god, are we not ants? Simic is okay with not knowing, or of its inability to grasp at the universe beyond us, but that doesn't mean it won't try. Through math and physics, we can better understand the universe around us, but at the same time, we must realize that even physics breaks apart at a great enough scale. In our own lives, this could mean accepting spiritualism, in that it holds a tie to that which we don't understand, yet experience, but never abandoning science, as it can be used to quantify what we do know. It's okay to live a simple life, but we should never allow our curiosity to die. Said simply, the philosophy of Simic in this regard is that of being a finite part of the infinite, of how even our actions, small as they may be within the greater scheme of all things, is as important as something like the death of a star, for those actions affect the universe within us in ways greater than a distant star ever could. Simic is a color pair who is defined by the conflict of blue and green, colors who hold a fundamentally different outlook on the self, our place, and of how we should interact with the universe around us. This pair shows us that perhaps our assumptions on such topics are more nuanced than we could have previously believed, from topics that start with the self to those that go beyond our understanding. Simic believes that it is a culmination of our environment and our pursuits that make us, that tradition and progress can be utilized in tandem to create a better world. Simic believes that we can work in cooperation with nature to find a new version of perfection, one that recognizes nature as the ultimate authority, yet one we can call partner. For we are a part of nature, and yet the hand that guides us. We are the finite and the infinite. We are nature's children, yet gods in our own right. Of any color pair in Magic the Gathering, none have a worse reputation than Rakdos, destined to play the villain, which is a shame really, because while its traits can lead to debauchery and wickedness, it's actually a lot more nuanced than that. You see, Black-Red, or Rakdos, is a color pair that simply desires to get the fullest experience when it comes to its own life. And is that so wrong? Is that not what we all strive for in this limited life of ours? In this video, I aim to give you a deeper perspective on Rakdos, and one that just might change your opinion on this color pair. To do so, we will dig into its root philosophy by breaking down the spaces where Black and Red's own philosophies merge to create something new. With that, let us break down the first and core pair of ideals shared between Black and Red to begin understanding the philosophy of Rakdos. The coupling of Black and Red happens on 4 levels, but I believe the core of where these two colors see eye to eye is the idea of experience and self-satisfaction. Red as a color is one who desires to experience life in all of its messy glory. It will follow its whims to their conclusion, as each new avenue is but another facet of what makes life worth living. It is the act of the here and now, the tactile expression of self. On the other side of it, we have Black, a color who aims to get the most out of its life. To Black, life is what you make of it. You must reach out and grab hold of every bit of sweetness it carries and squeeze the very essence from it. If we are destined to die, then should we not take everything from this life that we can? So when these colors are combined, a sort of extreme of these two ideals is formed. It becomes a restless need to act upon our every desire, to go out and make memories, fleeting as they may be. In our own life, this could mean casting aside responsibilities in favor of adventure, fun, or pleasure. Why work to a future that is uncertain when we could simply make the most of the here and now? In many ways, a Rakdos-aligned person's greatest fear is to live a life of conservative caution, and that to lie on one's own deathbed, regretting that they could have done more with their limited time. So then, should we not follow our every desire as it comes in order to forego a life of regret? A Rakdos-aligned person is one to see those who scurry about in their pursuits of societal pressures as nothing more than fools. Many restrict themselves based on such pressures and never get to take life by the horns. We fear too much what others think of us and how we will be perceived when it comes to expressing our impulses and desires, that we willingly lead shallow lives. Ones where our jobs and obligations are more important than getting the most out of our limited lives. Rakdos says then that we should reject what is expected of us and instead live a life we want, and to follow our heart and our desires to their every conclusion. We have discussed what it is about the color pair of Black-Red that leads its motivations in life, but we have not dug into how this pair has come to this conclusion. This is where the combination of honesty and realism comes into play, a coupling of concepts which lead to a truth of self. An outlook which rejects abstract and arbitrary restrictions and falsehoods. On one side, you have Red, a color who leads a life that is down the middle, or honest in its actions, in that by following its heart, it leads a life that is purely one's own, one unaffected by doubt. It does not lie to itself or others. What you see is what you get. From feeling to action, there is no blurred lines. On the other hand, you have Black, a color that imposes truth on its surroundings and others. It sees the world for what it is, and through this knowledge makes the conscious decision to act in a manner which reflects the real side of humanity. Black sees how we lie to ourselves and play along with what has been defined as who we should be, when in reality these definitions are in stark contrast to how humans actually are. This combination then leads to a philosophy which is honest of action and realistic in outlook. Rakdos understands that while we are creatures of community, we're also selfish beings who see the world through our own lens and experiences, and that this idea of selfishness being a taboo word is further proof of our indoctrination within society. Rakdos believes that most of us end up living a life that is a tepid version of our true selves. We water down who we are to please others, or to not stand out. The idea that we only have one run on this earth, and that we would bow our heads to others in fear of being rejected by society is foolish. It's said that there are three versions of ourself: the public us, the private us, and the true self, meaning the side that we show to others to gain the approval of society, the side of ourselves we show to people close to us, and the side of ourselves we hide in fear of shame. This idea, to Rakdos, showcases how we manipulate not just ourselves, but those around us, instead of being purely authentic. Rakdos rejects the three selves and aligns only with the true self. And in that way, it may clash with society, but it never regrets its actions or who it is. Rakdos says to you, look deep into who you are and the thoughts that bring you shame, and analyze why that is. Is it that your thoughts or outlook is wrong, or is that you fear being ridiculed, outcast, or shamed? Are you satisfied living a life where your true self is forced to live in the shadows, or will you break free and reject what society has defined you to be? Within both red and black lie a true lack of doubt in oneself. For red, it's a feeling of self-assurance, the knowledge that who they are is their true self, in that they do not question their own actions, as they are firm in the belief that every action they take is a pure reflection of who they are, and to stop at any point and doubt themselves is an act of stepping away from their firmly held intent. In a similar but distinct way, black is a color who has the greatest confidence in one's own abilities and qualities. To them, life is defined by their outlook, meaning any wavering in one's own confidence is a lie propagated by doubt. Once again, the combination is that of assurance in one's actions married to a confidence in one's ability and qualities of self. It's both how Rakdos expresses itself outward as well as its view of oneself. This means that Rakdos is the true pair when it comes to a rejection of any form of doubt, when it comes to self, at least. It's a pair that rejects any imposed questions of its methods, thoughts, and expressions of self. While this means it's a pair who can be blind to its faults, it does strengthen its view of who it is and who it wants to be. Oftentimes, we water ourselves down because of that lack of confidence or self-assurance, and that is just not the case with Rakdos. You are who you portray yourself to be, and if you are confident in yourself and who you are, then others will be as well. We in fact allow others to doubt us when we doubt ourselves, and in that way we can be walked upon and made to change our very being. We all too often cower at the feet of expectations, when in fact through confidence and self-assurance, we can define the expectations others have of us. Rakdos then says, hold your head up high and be assured that if you hold each action, thought, and portrayal of self in high regard, then others will too. And if they do not, then cast them aside, for they are not worth deluding yourself for. The philosophy of Rakdos is created as a rejection to the shared enemy of both black and red, white. This then has a profound effect on our next marriage of ideas between the colors present within this pair, and that is the idea of freedom and autonomy. Red as a color values above all else the freedom to act, to be its true self, and to follow its passions unabated, while black is the color who places the utmost importance to total autonomy of both mind and body. It rejects wholeheartedly any restrictions others would place upon it. While both of these needs are similar, they do have some nuances to them. Freedom is rooted in an outward expression of self, while autonomy is based on inward protection of one's own being. Red rejects these shackles upon its feet, which aims to restrict its movement, while black rejects the laws that define who it's supposed to be. When these colors come together to form Rakdos, it becomes the purest form of self-governance and outward action. It is a pair that has an almost violent reaction to being told how it should act, who it should be, or what is allowed of it. Rakdos then states that all must, and that is a hard must, be allowed to follow their whims and desires, and that we should be free to shape our own identity. For me, to even use the word allow wouldn't exactly align with the Rakdos philosophy. It is one based in a total rejection of any stated allowances granted by some outside force, whether that be government, parents, or peers. A person aligned with black-red believes in only absolute freedom and absolute autonomy. Furthermore, if we need laws or ancient books to be good people, we were never good people to begin with. So then why do we need these arbitrary restrictions upon ourselves? This can make it difficult to form a society within these ideals, but such is the effect of the most personal pairing in all of the color pie. This society, loose as it would be, is merely a collection of people who share the same concept of self, and who gain something from themselves through the interactions they hold with others. For in the mind of Rakdos, my life is my own to define. Rakdos is a color pair who fits nicely into the idea of debauchery and evil in Magic the Gathering, but in reality, it doesn't have to be. The truth is that black and red are the two most personal of colors, and when they come together, a pair is formed that values the self above all else. The truth is that we all lie to ourselves and work tirelessly to ignore our selfish thoughts, pretending they don't exist, as we have labeled selfishness as a taboo word, when in reality it is rooted in an honest look at oneself. You see, rare is the person who is truly selfless, and common is the one who lies to themselves about what they want from this life. Through the browbeating of society, we're taught to undervalue ourselves, while those who don't reap the rewards of our suffering. Rakdos does not ask that you cast all aside, but rather that you stand up for yourself as the one true being who matters, as life is experienced by our own view of it. And if we spend our limited time fulfilling the needs of others rather than ourselves, then that is the only true regret one can have. Instead, experience all that life has to offer. Be honest with yourself. Value your freedom, and always act with confidence. If you follow these tenets, Rakdos guarantees that you will lead a more fulfilled life. Halt, traveler. You have arrived at the Azorius checkpoint. Before you can proceed any further, I must inquire about your intentions. Are you here to embrace the noble pursuit of self-improvement and the betterment of society? Or do you harbor a desire to incite chaos and disrupt the tranquility we hold dear? Know this, dear citizen, the Azorius will not tolerate the latter, but will steadfastly uphold the former. Now, take a moment to reflect upon your convictions and acknowledge the weight of your choices. Once you have embraced the path of a better world, the gates shall open, granting you access to our most coveted philosophy. With the formalities addressed, you are now ready to uncover the profound essence that lies at the core of white-blue, or as we call it, Azorius. Brace yourself, for a world of enlightenment awaits you as we unravel the intricate tapestry of our ideals and unveil the secrets that shape our unwavering commitment to order and perfection. Typically in these videos, I compare two similar traits between the colors of a given pair to find where they meet in the middle. But for white and blue, I believe there is one core trait which is shared by both. In this case, the trait is that of the idealist, an innate desire in both colors to reach for a better self, or a better world, a state of order and perfection respectively, and of a utopia for all. When something so final is the goal, then surely it can only be an idealist who deems it possible. For its part, white grasps at an ideal state for the world around them. They strive for absolute peace and order, a noble aim, but one that is void of possibility. What I mean is that such things are an absolute, and nothing about society works in absolutes. That said, it is a noble cause, and something that invigorates the color. On the other side, blue strives for perfection, and as we have already discussed, such notions are impossible by their nature, as perfection is a nigh unreachable dream. Such realizations would typically cause doubt for most colors, but for white-blue, doubt is replaced by an endless hunger to try, a purity of hope that only an idealist could find comforting. It is in fact this ever-shifting goal that motivates blue and white. It drives their discipline and dedication. So yes, white and blue are idealists, and when combined it becomes something even more potent. An Azorius-aligned person is one who reaches for the stars, for that utopia beyond reach. It's something that permeates through everything within this type of personality, and can be seen in their methods, those of which we will come to learn more about. Other colors may call an idealist a fool, but someone aligned with white-blue would turn around and explain that they feel sorry for their lack of vision. This idealist nature is something that courses through every aspect of Azorius, for why work tirelessly towards a goal if it is not one worth achieving? When a person or faction is an idealist through and through, there are ones who strive for a lofty goal beyond the reach of common folk. So no simple methods or accidental procedures will get them there. And thus, it's of the utmost importance to live with discipline and dedication. A person who is aligned with white-blue is one who works tirelessly with an eye to their vision for the future, and their every action and nature reflects this, in that they hone their entire being to achieve this end. It is the stalwart soldier, the tireless scientist, or the steadfast king. The source of this is no wonder when the shared enemy of both white and blue is that of red, a color who acts on its impulses and is frivolous with its life, often directionless and prone to flights of fancy. In contrast, a white-blue aligned person is methodical, strict, and motivated. I would even go so far as to say that if they are doing anything that does not push them towards their utopia, then they can be overcome by a depressive state, as a day wasted is a day taken from them. In that if they or the world around them is not bettered by their actions, then what is the point? This pair of ideals comes from not just a rejection of red though, but is also born from each color brought together to form a hardened self. You see, white provides the pair with discipline, for how can we expect to achieve peace and order without it? On the other side, there is blue, who states, how can perfection be obtained without dedication? This combination means that such a person is rigid in how they live their life. They're of the personality who plans out their days, one who finds work more satisfying than play, and of one who almost revels in hardship. They will rarely carve out much time for fun or relationships with others, outside of those who share their mindset. Though if you do make friends with a white-blue person, you can be confident that they are steadfast and reliable. It's not like they don't enjoy the company of more frivolous friends or joyous occasions. It's just that they always feel the gnawing of what they could be doing to better themselves or the world around them whenever they are not actively working towards that end. They enjoy pushing their body and their mind, of honing themselves for what is to come, as discipline and dedication are like a muscle that weakens when it is not being exercised. In truth, they just wished everyone saw the world like they did, for just think of how the world would be if everyone applied the best of themselves into everything they did. Structure and efficiency lend themselves to both how Azorius acts within its own life and how it wishes for society as a whole to be run. As a pair, it is one who pushes back against uncertainty and wasteful actions. It sees life as better once a plan has been laid, rules have been set, and methods enacted. It is a pair who follows a strict moral code and abides by laws as written to the letter, so long as those laws are well thought out and make the world a better place in some way. It reflects someone or a society that needs direction to be secure in its future. Otherwise, it feels as if it's wandering aimlessly through life, directionless like paper caught in the wind. Instead, it desires to anchor itself and to be an anchor for others, to stand firm against the storm around it, dictating such movements for itself in a manner that takes only the motions required. This need is based in the combination of its colors and a firm rejection of its shared enemy. As you see, white on its own requires structures put in place as a way to form order around it, while blue is efficient in its actions, weary of wasting its precious time. Thus, efficiency is important. If you find yourself aligning with the color pair of white and blue, you most likely are one who finds anxiety in the uncertain, or a future unknown, of when there is no path forward. Perhaps it feels like the world around you is spinning, and the only way to feel normal is to grab hold of it, set in place the pillars of structure in your life, and follow through on them with confidence. You may need to have a plan or rules in place, and to shed any act which does not play a part in how you wish your life to be, or what you want your future to become. To some, it may seem like you have a cold outlook, but for you, it's all you know. This then lends itself to the environment you foster. Society as it stands should have well thought out rules set in place and be governed by reason, not emotion. It must be organized and efficient and run in a manner that fosters the best of its people and values their time. For if we can set up such a state, then we can reach greater heights together than we ever thought possible. Order and perfection are a true representation of absolute being, like the singularity at the center of a black hole, frightening yet beautiful, a place where time stops, matter is compressed to a single point, and a state of still perfection is found. It may seem impossible to grasp, and yet there it lies, beyond comprehension. Now, while this example is rather dramatic, it is a visualization of White-Blue's earnest desire for a version of self and state that is absolute in its design. Of course, this is a dream beyond our reach and can be seen more as a star that guides, and will usually be pared down when talking about the true philosophy of someone White-Blue aligned. What I mean is that the combination of Azorius is one that walks a straight line to a single point, and each action they take moves them ever forward. In this way, absolute order and perfection is the point in the distance which the line is drawn to, a line that starts off with oneself, then moves into their interrelationships, from there to society, then stretching out from there to the world around them, and finally, if all things are complete, can lead far beyond. Where the Azorius-aligned person's place sits along this path is a matter of status and influence. For someone like you and I, it may stop at self and our relationships. For someone in government, it is implemented in society through policy. But if you're someone of great power and magic, it may reach out to the world and into what lies beyond. No matter the case, the Azorius-aligned person is one to constantly work towards this utopia, one they believe is for the benefit of all. For what could be better than total order and perfection, at least in their mind? If something does not take them or the society they're a part of towards this idealized goal, then there is no use in it. It's rigid, sure, but to Azorius there can be no other goal worth achieving. The combination of white-blue or Azorius embodies the traits of idealism, discipline, dedication, structure, and efficiency. Azorius individuals are driven by an innate desire to reach for a better self and a better world. They believe in the possibility of an ideal state, of absolute peace, order, and perfection, despite the inherent challenges and impossibilities associated with these concepts. Azorius individuals thrive when they have a plan in place, rules to follow, and efficient methods to achieve their goals. Uncertainty and wasted actions are anxiety-inducing for them, prompting a need for order and structure to maintain a sense of normalcy and control. Moreover, Azorius individuals envision a society governed by reason and organized in a manner that values people's time and fosters their best qualities. They believe that by establishing such a structured and efficient society, they can collectively achieve greater heights and reach their shared vision of absolute order and perfection. Ultimately, the pursuit of order and perfection guides their path, fueling the relentless pursuit of an idealized utopia for all. Gather round the fire, vicious clan, for I have something I wish to discuss with you. As those that call yourself Gruul, ones comprised of red-green mana, you've not once stopped to ponder or put into words your philosophy, for such musings are best left to those who lack a connection to the pure state of self that you have achieved. While it's something I do understand, I ask that you not deny your knowledge to those who are curious. This is why, in this video, I've taken it upon myself to explain the philosophy of Gruul through 4 concepts, starting with the core of its beliefs, and finally ending on the abstract. With that, let us begin at the heart and soul of Gruul. To understand the philosophy of red-green, or Gruul, we must first expand upon the core traits in which the 2 colors present can find common ground. For Gruul, the driving force behind both its actions and beliefs is the coming together of impulse and instinct. These 2 concepts serve as the impetus behind this pair, and indeed are an underlying factor influencing every living thing. We are already given all the knowledge we need upon our birth, a heart that guides, a gut that knows. The answer to life's riddles ought not be so complex, as every answer to its questions are provided by following our inner guides. And if we break down each side of the pair, you begin to understand where this comes from. You see, red is a color guided by its heart, by its impulses. It is that sudden urge to act upon those fleeting desires, like a bolt of energy telling us where to move and how to act. In the case of green, it provides that instinct to the pair. It's that gut feeling, crafted especially for us, which is built by a combination of our environment, culture, and species. It's innate knowledge passed down by our parents and ancestors. When these 2 come together, we are guided through both action and reaction in a way that is true to who we are. For Gruul, this is the coming together of humanity and nature. It is our human nature. We must contain both sides of what makes us special, our connection to that root state of being. Where these concepts can end up being lost are upon modern humanity. That is, as we are now, we do nothing but aim to place layers of complexity over top of those voices within us, and to doubt those very voices, as we see ourselves above our base human nature, all because we want to fit into civilization's mold for a perfect and tamed world. To that end, a red-green aligned person would tell you to strip away every layer you have placed upon those voices, and to dig deep to find who you truly are. In the case of red-green's application of its core philosophy, we have but one word which can describe it: and that is simplicity. Though this word on its own, without the context I will provide, sounds rather, well, simple, the truth is that this single word means a lot more to Gruul than you think. It is a word which pushes back against the shared enemy of this pair, blue, a color who creates complexity with its worldview, a color who can't stop for 1 second to realize that its efforts do nothing but distract it from the truth in front of them. As I've said, life ought not be so complicated. Everything we are and everything we need has been presented to us, and it is instead our modern view of the world around us and that of ourselves which makes life complex for its own sake. Simplicity to Gruul is simplicity in who we are, what we want from this life, and our effect on the environment around us. The first point is, in truth, explained in its core philosophy, that of instinct and impulse, and that as someone Gruul aligned, you should not be thinking outside of this context. Do you feel something? Yes? Then act on it. Do you know something? Then trust it. There is no need to dig any deeper. The person we need to be is already there within us, and the only introspection required is that of listening to who that person is and removing any barriers to that power of human nature. This aligns with the second point, in that we need not expect more from this life than that which is provided. Things like striving for perfection are only relevant to those who think that life is not perfect the way it is, to those who have not danced in the rain, laid under a tree on a warm summer day, or dove headfirst into the ocean. What more could we want from this life than the delicacies presented to us? To the final point, that of simplicity in our environment, it is meant to say that our environment is perfect the way it is, and to reject this notion is to reject what makes us who we are, as we are the created result of our environment, culture, and shared history. I say once again that this is a rejection of Gruul's enemy, blue, a color who will manipulate, transform, and otherwise break the beauty of what lies around it. This is why Gruul on some planes can be a force of destruction when it comes to the cities that stifle the land, because such cities are nothing but a devastation of the very environment that gave birth to us. You see, one's heart cannot be heard among the bustle of civilized expectations, and our instincts are dulled upon the falsehoods of comfort. So yes, Gruul believes in simplicity through and through, a notion that is grander than one might think, as it takes strength and passion to live in such a way. One of my favorite quotes by a philosopher named Jean-Jacques Rousseau is this: "Man was born free, but he is everywhere in chains." A quote that is simple in design, but reflects how Gruul sees the world around it. Once upon a time, we were wild and free, and yet now we face the chains of our own design. To Gruul, we must reject these chains and bring ourselves closer to that original state. This is built upon both colors present. As you see, red desires true freedom, unrestricted, as each restriction that is placed upon us is a shackle which pins down one's true self, a self that desires to act upon one's own emotions, passions, and impulses. In the case of green, it believes that we are meant to be wild, to express the version of ourself which nature has defined. And you see, nature does not create such barriers as those we see in a so-called civilized world. It is limitless and wild. This idea is then further contrasted against their shared enemy blue, who is refined and methodical. Each of these facets come together to shape Gruul, who is then a color pair who values a life that has no barriers to its actions, and one that heeds the call of the wild and not that of civilization. Of course, if you yourself are Gruul, then you must be acutely aware of the aching in one's own soul for a life outside of which humanity has defined. You wish to escape, to find your place among the woods, the seas, or the desert, to strip away the shackles placed upon you, and dance in the moonlight. It is deep within anyone aligned with these colors, not because you're bored with your life, but because it's part of who you are. And yet, To fit into this society, we have lost the parts of ourselves that are wild and free. Just as the forest continues to recede by human hands, so too has our connection to it. Now, this does not mean that Gruul cannot form its own society. No, in fact, such things as tribes and clans are in fact conducive to a Gruul society. Small groups, tightly knit with a connection to the lands and traditions which hold expression in high regard, are best suited for a red-green society. Such communities allow each member to be who they were meant to be, all while holding on to the importance of camaraderie and a shared history. For we are still animals who desire a pack. It's just that if this pack were too large, then greater restrictions would be put in place to hold it together, and no group is worth the toll of losing one's own freedom. There are primal forces which predate the very fabric of reality itself, and instinct and impulse are like faint echoes of this power that once surged freely throughout our own plane and all the planes of the vast multiverse. These forces mirror the bubbling magma beneath our feet, ceaselessly seeking an outlet to burst forth in a symphony of violent majesty, akin to the soul of the earth or the heartbeat of a plane. They manifest as expressions of great storms or swirling eddies of mana, shaping the very essence of our cosmos. Those aligned with Gruul are attuned to these primordial energies. They feel the pulsating current coursing through their veins, and they sense it building in the core of their hearts. Their souls seem to resonate with the dance of these forces, attuned to the ancient rhythms whispered by the cosmos. The restless nature of those aligned with red-green arises from the recognition that they are mere conduits, channels through which this primal energy flows. They become vessels of a grander cosmic symphony, resonating with the universe's deepest secrets. To those who follow red-green, the communion with these forces is visceral, almost tangible. It echoes in their joyous dances, reverberates in the melodies of their songs, and erupts in the fervor of their battles. In moments of extreme expression, when they embrace the full extent of their passions and emotions, they transcend the boundaries of the mundane and tap into that underlying power that weaves through all things. This primal link imbues them with a profound sense of purpose, as they comprehend that they are an integral part of a larger cosmic dance. They are not merely spectators, but active participants, intricately woven into the fabric of reality. To embrace the essence of red-green alignment is to embark on a profound journey, one that uncovers the pulsating heart of the cosmos and offers a glimpse into the primordial source of all creation. In the impulses and instincts which act as guides, those aligned with red-green have a distinct confidence in who they are. Because of this, they may live simple lives, one unfettered by doubt, as they can sense the connection they hold to the very essence of everything. Through this expression, they're able to live wild and free, to reject arbitrary complexity brought on by a system that is afraid of its human nature. Now that you have learned all that Gruul has to teach, do you hear those primal voices calling to you? And if so, will you heed their call? In Magic the Gathering, white-red or Boros is a color pairing most often depicted as soldiers, leaders, and heroes. These portrayals are honestly something we take for granted, as it simply just feels right. I know this because, well, that's the feeling I got when I was poring over each card and writing this video. Before a single word could be put to paper, a question had to be answered. Why is it that the designers lean so heavily on these themes? Sure, there are variations, but as far as two color combinations go, this one has really settled into a main cast of characters. As it turns out, the answers were right in front of me, and in this video we will break down exactly what those reasons are. To do so, we must inspect the four core conflicts between the colors present, that of white and red. Colors whose ideologies are antagonistic to one another, in some cases at a fundamental level, as you will come to understand as we discuss our first conflict, that of stability versus restlessness. At the heart of this combination lies a single conflict of feeling that cannot be ignored, one that defines an intangible set of personality traits that may apply to you if these colors resonate with your own experience, and will give us a basis to build larger concepts upon. You see, at its core, white is a color who desires order, which is bred from a need for stability. White searches for ways to bring structure into its life, and each aspect of the conflicts we will discuss are its way of achieving this. While for red, its impulsive and sometimes chaotic life is a product of the restless nature inherent to it. Red is a color that can't sit still and is always pushed and pulled along by its heart. And even though this might seem to some as an act of turmoil, it's instead something red leans into fully. So how then could these concepts come together? You would be correct to assume that this may be an uncomfortable state, and yet it doesn't have to be. They can coexist. Just because someone is a restless soul does not mean they do not desire to still have some structure in their life. And on the flip side, structure for its own sake can be stagnation. If we pare this conflict down even further, we begin to see what's at the heart of this conflict. Stability is based in a desire for safety, and restlessness comes from a need for stimulation. In that way, a white-red personality wants to feel safe so that it can pursue stimuli. Perhaps this restlessness and desire for stability comes from an anxious side to the pair. Not only are they people of action, they're also those who are hyper-aware of what lies beyond the walls. It's a delicate dance between feeling safe while allowing for motion. Perhaps then this is why they fight so fiercely for the society they have built. It's a need to set up the structures of community for itself and those it holds dear, paired with a desire to proactively take it upon themselves to make it happen and keep it safe. They cannot simply build that wall and sit behind it. They must instead don their armor, hold up their swords, and cross the gates to focus that relentlessness into action rather than reaction. It's something that's true in our own lives. Safety for its own sake will leave us feeling empty, but restlessness without any structure is nothing but listless feeling, and will also leave us feeling empty. In a way, red and white, when combined, recognize this aspect of its humanity and wish to achieve both, at least in some measure or another. When we talk about things like stability and restlessness, we're speaking to feelings that are fundamental. For this conflict, that of discipline versus passion, we are then witnessing the methods which allow these colors to express those feelings. Once again, we have two concepts which seem antagonistic, while it's this conflict which breeds a philosophy we see represented most in Magic the Gathering, and answers the question I posited above, that of why these themes are so reoccurring, those of the zealot soldier, the inspiring captain, or the raucous hero. A form of character who is disciplined in how it carries itself, and that it maintains a control over its actions guided by purpose, all while overflowing with a passion for that cause. It's the resolute or disciplined mind provided by white that allows such passion to have meaning outside of its own self-revelrous satisfaction. In this way, red is tempered by the forge of discipline and made into something new. But do not be mistaken, it's not just white carrying this pair, as the underlying passion is a requirement to craft such characters. Those who inspire others with their overflow of enthusiasm, which sometimes skirts raw discipline. As discipline without passion is blind obedience, and in the mind of a white-red personality, such obedience is for dogs, not heroes. In this way, the white-red aligned person is one that is devoted to a cause, nation, or people, and places all of its being into it. You see, passion, when set to task and focused,
is like that of an explosive force honed to a single goal, while discipline emboldened by passion is at the heart of inspiration. In this way, the white-red character is one who lifts others up through its grander actions and more subtle states of being. It's the character whose tales are told of and whose example ignites a fire in the belly of others. I also believe this is where white-red's patriotism comes from, though it is not simply patriotism built on a blind loyalty for a flag, rather a love for a nation and its people, one which sparks strong feelings when it comes to upholding that nation's way of life. It's a form of passion that is rooted in a strong love for a society that is built by their pairing. It's something that is felt strongly for both sides within white-red, and is why we see so many soldiers in this pair rather than knights. While knights are bound by duty, soldiers are bound by patriotism. While the conflicts we have discussed so far are held at a personal level, the natural progression must then be to look at how the colors present are reflected by society. In this case, our conflicts then become governance versus freedom. White is a color that believes there must be structures put in place, otherwise people will fall to chaos, while red states that we must be free to pursue our impulses, as order stifles our pure selves. The truth is, this balance is the sort of negotiation we make in the free world already. We accept governance to protect and provide stability, which allows us to express our individuality. Sure, this may sound contradictory, but the truth is that enemy pairs are a combination of what may seem like contradictions, but are rather concessions which allow for a new philosophy to flourish. In the mind of white-red, pure governance is fascism, and pure freedom is anarchy. So in that way, it accepts that rules and leadership must be put in place while still asserting that freedom should never be stripped away. Of course, like all things, this is a struggle that is ever fought between white and red, even in a society built from their pairing. The result of such a combination is a level of democracy that, if negotiated with both ideals in mind, results in everyone getting what they need from said society. Though even with this set in place within a community of white-red, there is often citizens who fall under two different camps. Those who are emboldened to protect the freedoms of its people, leading to those who are rebellious and outspoken, while on the other side it will result in those who are militaristic and conservative, of people who wish to protect their way of life. Neither can be removed, and both are required to exist within a white-red society. That way it doesn't slip fully into one ideal or the other. This system of counterweights allow for both governance and freedom to exist together. And while these counterweights exist, the truth is that most of this society will fall somewhere in the middle, accepting that governance and freedom must exist in equal measure. So far, we have traveled from the personal to the societal, but I want to take you along as we discuss the big picture in regards to the philosophies and themes of each color present. In this case, the conflicting concepts are that of order versus chaos, the goal being the discovery of that space where these ideals can meet, in some form of cooperation or understanding. You see, when it comes down to it and everything is stripped away, white is a color whose aspirations are to bring order to a chaotic world, while red forms that chaos as a rejection to forcing order onto what not need be controlled. In many ways, chaos and order are a result of what we've discussed, not a source. Red does not aim to be chaotic, it's just that its core themes and philosophies lead to a sort of chaos of being. The same can be said about white. Sure, it does strive for order, but order is the result of a desire for structure. In the end, neither concept on its own is healthy in the mind of this combination, as a life marred by chaos is always on the back foot, while true order will remove any form of passion. What this means is that there must be a flexibility between the two.
or that both must exist at the same time. The white-red personality appreciates that there is chaos in everything, and that there is order in that chaos as well, given enough scale, time, or perspective. In reality, both do exist at the same time, from space itself to society, and even further still at a minute level. If we took a microscope and peered down to the smallest atom, its composition would seem chaotic to us. And yet, as we zoom out, it begins to take on a form we recognize. Further still, that form becomes ordered and takes shape as one unified structure. It's as if within order, chaos is always present. And to the white-red personality, this is more than an abstract idea. It's something we must always be cognizant of. In this way, a person may pursue passion that seems chaotic within the greater structures of the society it has built. And this state of being on the part of the individual does not invalidate the order that's built around it. What this means is that actions which seem chaotic but are fulfilling are just as valid as actions taken to bring stability to chaos. Both exist in equal parts, and to deny this is to deny a fundamental aspect of not just humanity, but the foundational building blocks of everything. It's never about some perfect equilibrium between two abstract ideas, but rather a coexistence of conflicting concepts that are both ever present. In Magic the Gathering, white-red or Boros is a combination mostly represented by soldiers, leaders, and heroes. And as we've come to learn, there is a reason behind this. Ideals such as discipline and passion do indeed forge characters who lead by example and put themselves on the line for others or a cause they believe in. They are characters who understand the precarious balance between governance and freedom, and on a personal level deeply feel the tug of such conflicts as stability and restlessness, forms of being based in a desire for both stimulation and safety. It's a dance you play over and over again as you move in and out of such states. Above all of these concepts is the basis for the most fundamental of building blocks, that of order and chaos, states ever present in not just the decisions we make, but that of the universe that makes up our being. So if you find yourself dancing between these two states, then perhaps you, my friend, are white-red. What stirs your very core? What drives your existence? Are you guided by unyielding determination, always pushing the boundaries of your potential? Or have you surrendered to the seductive embrace of complacency? If you desire anything from this life other than the simplicity at offer, you must put all of yourself into everything you are and everything you do, always building off of what came before. Such is the philosophy of Dimir. If you find any familiarity in these whispers, then perhaps you align with these colors. Yet, if you remain an observer on the outside, allow me to unveil how the combination of blue-black perceives the world. With that, follow me as I lead you down the path to uncovering the core of what defines the combination of blue-black. Within each of us lies the seed of potential, a seed that sits dormant unless it is watered with ambition. For many people, this potential is never realized, but for those aligned with blue-black, it is the driving force behind their identity. For if one does not reach for the very dizzying heights of who they could be, then such a life is a wasted one. But potential without the ambition to grab hold of it is nothing more than an idealized state of being. We must put everything we have into bettering ourselves, so that such potential is not just a dream, but is instead our handcrafted reality, one of potential built by ambition. A mindset that is unavoidable in the case of Dimir if we consider the colors present that make it up. For you see, blue is a color whose gaze is fixed upon the stars, in that it sees potential in all things, of how through molding and iteration anything can become a better version of what it once was. In the case of its partner black, you have a color who holds ambition to be the key to getting the most out of this life. For if we do not have the drive to make this life what we wish it to be, then there's no reason to go on living. When these colors come together, there is an insatiable thirst for constant improvement of knowledge, capabilities, influence, and power, as through each of these improvements, greater heights can be obtained. Dimir looks at life as a game to be figured out, manipulated, and won, rejecting wholeheartedly their shared enemy Green, who spouts such nonsense as the virtues of accepting one's place, of toiling away at what you were born to be. What good are virtues when one must toil away in the mud when they could instead be a king? Dimir tells you to then reject any birthright and instead look to the image of the person you wish to be, someone strong, handsome, intelligent, and with the power to make things happen. Not to just sit around and have life happen to you. It is a weak mindset to leave your life in the hands of someone or something else, when you could very well hoist yourself out of the mud and set your fate. Dream big, never be satisfied, and always look to your potential. If you allow your ambitions to be your inner voice, then such potential can be achieved. Logic and practicality is what gives Dimir the confidence in its outlook. It does not mask its intentions in an idealized way of thinking, but rather sees the world for what it is, and thus knows it must act in the methods that best suit it. There are no saviors coming, there will be no guide, only you and what you can achieve. This also allows it freedom from pity or compassion for the undeserving, just as it expects no pity for itself. For its part of their pair, Black states that it is a dog-eat-dog world, and once we can recognize that, we can remove any expectations we have of others, and instead only see what can be done on the road to what we want. With this outlook, we can take a practical approach, one that throws out any man-made convention in favor of those which provide results. On the other side, Blue sees life as a calculation to be solved, a simple matter of cause and effect. There is no greater force of feeling needed. It is merely an inputting of X to Y in order to receive Z. Nothing more. This part of Dimir's philosophy leads to the cultivation of self-reliance, amorality, and pure logical thinking. By removing any outside factors and only seeing life for what it is and how it can be played, you open yourself up to the many possibilities afforded to the few who share your outlook. Some may tell you that you are shedding your humanity in doing so, relegating your outlook to the same algorithm as a computer. But to that you say, I am human. I have accepted what I am and what the world I was born into is. It is you whose mind is clouded, whose outlook is stained by rose-colored glasses. As you see, Dimir desires to control its life fully, and to allow such frivolous things to interfere would only hinder the journey to the potential they have for themselves. How, you may ask, does a society crop up with such colors as its focus? How can structure be formed when each person is looking for their own potential, when things like ambition are treated as a golden trait? To that I ask you to simply look around. Who do you see running your world, guiding your countries, and managing your states? Who holds the wealth and who holds the power? It is not those with compassion in their hearts, or those who wish to lift others up. No, the world is already controlled by those who only look to satiate their own ambitions. So what then can we learn about Dimir society? Well, let me lay it out for you. If we know that our potential should be our guide and ambition our tool to achieve it, then we must trust that those who have reached that potential should lead those who have not. If we accept that logic and practicality are the method to understanding the world, then we should allow it to structure our society. In this way, we create such hierarchies through the application of this philosophy, as those in power must be deserving of their position, for they have reached such heights by being the most shrewd, intelligent, and driven among us. Though this does not mean they can rest easy upon their throne, as those in power must do everything they can to keep it in order to validate their existence. For if they prove themselves to be too weak or incapable, then they do not deserve their position. Of course, this will skew the balance of power in favor of the few, while the many must abide by that power unless they themselves wish to take it. This is not cruelty, it is reality. Dimir simply states how things are, not how they should be. Blue-Black would call such society the rule of the deserving. It is a vision of a society that has reached its own potential through the cultivating of elite members of that society. It is by the same values that Dimir holds for itself that it demands for the state it belongs to. For this last part, I want to do a bit of a thought experiment. Think for a moment what the result would be if we were to unleash the unrestrained growth of Blue-Black's potential. The question inevitably arises, what heights could they ascend to? Could there exist a final state, a lofty, ambitious end goal that beckons them forward? To this, it seems logical to assume that such an ultimate destination must exist. For this hypothetical pinnacle, I have chosen the term the absolute. If we can accept this as truth, then let's delve into the realm of speculation and glimpse what the Dimir combination might envision as the ultimate culmination of their shared attributes. Consider for a moment the idea of a being that commands not only complete control, knowledge, and power, but also an unparalleled level of influence. This is what we refer to as the absolute, an embodiment of perfection. Think of a being that harmonizes Black's unquenchable thirst for power with Blue's insatiable hunger for knowledge. For Black's part, it is omnipotence, and for Blue, it is omniscience. This fusion results in an entity brimming with both absolute power and boundless knowledge. Such a being could effortlessly navigate the enigmatic expanse of the blind eternities, effortlessly transmuting their visions into reality. Yet, we must entertain a notion, even this zenith, as extraordinary as it is, might not be the final destination. Could their ambitions, their ceaseless yearning for progress and potential, drive them to push the boundaries even further? This contemplation raises the question of whether their thirst for growth could ever find satiation. In essence, their narrative becomes an unending saga of ambition, a testament to their perpetual quest for knowledge, power, and influence. Within the depths of each individual resides the dormant seed of potential, awaiting the nourishment of ambition to awaken its latent energy. While many may never see their potential realized, those aligned with Blue-Black find this potential to be the very essence propelling their identity. For to forego the ascent towards one's potential would render their life meaningless. Blue, with its gaze cast upon the stars, perceives potential in all facets of existence, envisioning the alchemical transformation of the ordinary into the extraordinary. As its partner, Black provides unrelenting ambition, which guides them to seize life with purpose, extracting the utmost from every moment. When these colors combine, an insatiable thirst for perpetual achievement arises, a hunger to refine the self, augment influence, and wield power. Dimir approaches life as a strategic game, one to be deciphered, manipulated, and ultimately won. Dimir's credo urges the rejection of preordained destinies and instead encourages individuals to envision the selves they aspire to become. Strong, intelligent, commanding, the architects of their own fates, not passive recipients of circumstance. Dimir's philosophy finds its grounding in the realms of logic and pragmatism, shedding the veneer of idealism for a stark understanding of reality. Dimir's societal structure emerges as a natural outcome of its guiding principles. With potential as the North Star and ambition as the driving force, hierarchies are forged through the crucible of mediocrity. Those who ascend to positions of power and influence are not bound by conventions, but are chosen by their capability and cunning. This alignment culminates in a thought experiment contemplating the unbridled growth of blue-black's potential, a concept encapsulated in the term absolute. This vision is that of an entity embodying absolute control, power, knowledge, and influence. In the end, the philosophy of Dimir is a reminder of humanity's ceaseless drive to reach for the stars, to seek the pinnacle that forever eludes our grasp, an unending symphony that resonates within our collective spirit. The Selesnyan philosophy is one rooted in the cultivated merger of nature and civilization, a growth of ideals and concepts based in a common ground between its two colors, white and green, colors who hold similar yet unique perspectives. This new philosophy, born from their pairing, is one with its sights on a better world for all through unification and harmony, an admirable quality that sets them apart from other pairs. And in learning about the Selesnyan way of thinking, there's the distinct chance you may learn more about not just the characters in Magic the Gathering, but yourself and your view of the world around you as well. Let us get our hands dirty by starting with the core of white and green's shared ideals. Like any form of growth, you must always start with the seed. And the seed for the philosophy of white-green is one based in the core beliefs of selflessness and acceptance. For without these fundamental traits, not even the simplest flower may bloom, nor can a forest grow to envelop the world. To start, you must look inward into yourself and how you view others, as without a desire for interconnection, we cannot make this future a reality. So what then does it mean in the mind of Selesnya to be selfless and accepting? As a pair built upon the aversion to the traits of their combined enemy Black, Selesnya is the pair most concerned with its place among a whole, rather than the selfish desires that lead one to see those around them as nothing more than opposition. Black will tell you there is strength in independence. But the truth is that it takes strength to care for others as you care for yourself. All too often we divide ourselves into the smallest groups possible, aiming to create collections of sameness. But to white-green there is no difference so great that one should not be accepted. To achieve this mindset of selfless acceptance, one must consciously distance themselves from their ego-driven perceptions of others. This path calls for a shift in perspective, a departure from the relentless pursuit of personal gain and validation. Instead, it invites us to embrace a more expansive and compassionate outlook on life. The white-green way urges us to let go of the need to constantly assert our individuality and desires above all else. In this pursuit, each person begins to recognize the interconnectedness of all beings and the world around them. They start to appreciate that their happiness is intrinsically linked to the well-being of others and the harmony of the broader community. This shift from a self-based outlook to one that is broader is at the core of selfless acceptance. It's acknowledging that true fulfillment often arises from contributing to the greater good. To cultivate this mindset, individuals may explore various practices, such as mindfulness, meditation, and philosophical reflection. These tools can help them gradually detach from the self-centered patterns of thought and behavior, ones that hinder selfless acceptance, paving the way for a more harmonious and interconnected existence. If selfless acceptance is the seed, then unity and harmony is the flower that blooms from the dirt. For selflessness forms bonds of unity, and acceptance breeds harmony. It is the act of standing shoulder to shoulder with those you have formed bonds with to create a cohesive unit. As alone, we're like fragile leaves, easily carried away by the winds of life's challenges and uncertainties. But together, we are like a sturdy tree, deeply rooted in the collective strength of our shared humanity. This is where the true beauty of unity and harmony thrives. Such a way of life is the product of each color coming together, taking examples from humanity's best traits and that of nature. For its part, white forges unity, an ideal based on its belief that a strong society is one where each piece works for the greater whole. On the other hand, green cultivates harmony as a result of its holistic take on the universe, a place where everything is and acts as it should. This intertwining of ideals indelibly results in a dance of equity, as each person's strengths shores up the weaknesses of others, nurtured by the delicate balance found in nature's examples. It's the act of counterbalancing one another, of each person falling neatly into place, and thus a stronger unit is formed, all of which contrasts perfectly against black, who sees no weakness in themselves, nor has the desire to shore up the shortcomings of others. This is not the way in which a white-green aligned person will behave, for when they are pulled up by one hand, they will extend their own. It is living in unison with all things, in the provisioning of a bounty shared. Across every plane of the multiverse, there is enough for all of us, so why not look to your neighbor as a friend? For then we could feasibly lead lives without strife. If selfless acceptance is the seed, and united harmony the flowers which make up the garden, then law and tradition is the guidebook for maintaining and cultivating that very garden. It's what solidifies our bonds, prevents any one flower from sapping the strength from the others, and forges a united barrier made up of common ideals. It codifies our common goals and imprints a shared history. With so much diversity making up a white-green society, there must be methods for keeping it all together. Some share duty to one another. This comes in two forms, that of law and tradition, for it is imperative to establish methods for harmonious coexistence and shared responsibilities. The need for laws is produced from the white side of this pair. It is the code of conduct that is agreed upon, which maintains order, even as a society continues to evolve and expand. On the other hand, traditions emanate from the green side of this pair, serving as the nutritious roots of unity. These traditions bind the community through a shared history that unfolds through the passage of customs and beliefs. In a society teeming with diversity, these traditions act as the glue that bind us together, crafting a profound sense of togetherness through collective actions. These two concepts function in concert, as together they cultivate a shared identity while simultaneously allowing for the purification of the community by expelling those who do not align with the collective vision. For no punishment is worse than to be removed from such a society as this. The nature of these laws and traditions can be as diverse as the myriad of civilizations within the multiverse. They must reflect the unique qualities of each world, its people, climate, and core values, woven together in a way that resonates with every member within the Selesnyan society. Just as laws and traditions are a form of unification under a set of actions and requirements, piety and spirituality forms connections through a shared belief system. This way of viewing the world and one's place within it is usually present in one form or another, but can be as abstract or as literal as it needs to be for any given group. It could take the form of a rigid religious doctrine, an agnostic understanding of a higher power, a spiritual guiding light, or a cultivation of oneness with the universe. To define one single classification would be foolish, as any given civilization may incorporate what holds the most relevance to a given plane or people. Such a natural disposition for religion or spirituality is an inevitable outcome of the colors who comprise this pair, and further enhances a sense of unification based on the beliefs of some greater power outside of one's own self. White is no stranger to religion or forms of piety, for in a multiverse which does contain gods, angels, and beings of immense power, such beliefs have concrete standing. Broken down further, this piety stems from White's need to look upon higher beings for moral guidance, whether that be kings, gods, or angels. It naturally believes that there are those who exemplify their values and are a beacon of virtue, leading to religions that form doctrines from their examples. Green, on the other hand, is a color who sees that the universe is an entity within itself, and green is merely a part of the whims of that vast universe. Whether this is the literal mass that makes up all things, or the complex energies and unimaginable forces surrounding us, guiding us. Green will often tap into this greater force through spiritualism and ritual, hoping to glimpse the truth that holds everything together. When these colors are combined, religions are formed that balance both sides of the aisle, guiding individuals on a path to mindfulness and meditation, which cultivates a mindset that values the well-being of all, promoting harmony and balance in the universe. Examples that come to mind are those of paganism or Buddhism, though these are but simple parallels only drawn to showcase potential inspirations. A white-green belief system, when broken down to its simplest terms, is that feeling you get when you look up to the sky and feel as if you are but a small piece of something far greater. In the vibrant gardens of white-green philosophy, selfless acceptance serves as the nurturing seed, while unity and harmony bloom as its resplendent flowers. This philosophy, deeply rooted in the rejection of Black self-serving individualism, calls for a shift in perspective, encouraging individuals to transcend the ego and embrace the interconnectedness of all beings. Law and tradition act as the guidebook for maintaining this thriving garden of unity. Laws uphold order and expectations within the community, while traditions weave a shared history through collective actions. Piety and spirituality arise from the inherent qualities of white and green, and foster a sense of connection through shared belief systems, whether in the form of rigid religious doctrine or a deep spiritual connection with the universe. In essence, the philosophy of white-green embodies an understanding that we are all interconnected threads in the tapestry of existence. It encourages individuals to tap into these forces, cultivating a sense of oneness and openness with one another. Through selfless acceptance, unity, and the guiding principles of law, tradition, piety, and spirituality, the end goal is prosperity for all. Within Magic the Gathering, we have two examples of Esper, or white, blue, black factions. Those are the Obscura from Streets of New Capenna, and of course the Shard of Esper from Alara. Both of these factions represent similar yet different takes on this combination of colors, showing us already that shards can be varied in their beliefs, while still rooted in a common set of ideals. The Obscura are a group of mystics who utilize their abilities in prophecy and in communion with the dead to pull the strings of New Capenna from behind the scenes. By leveraging this outside knowledge, they're able to blackmail leaders and manipulate events before they come to be. This version leans a lot more into the core of Black, with its willingness to manipulate society in a way that favors them and the group they are within. With the Shard of Esper, on the other hand, we see something a little different. This world is a cold place of efficiency, where any form of humanity and nature have been scrubbed clean, clearly leaning into the lack of green and red mana. This iteration of the Shard predominantly features blue, with its desire to find perfection at all costs, which is accompanied by black and white in order to undertake this task with a pragmatic and final approach. When it comes to the most common creature types and classes in Esper, we're presented with an abundance of Sphinx and Wizards. The Sphinx is a being of great wisdom and intelligence, one that speaks in riddles, twisting knowledge and playing with it, while the Wizard could be said to be a class that manipulates reality through its vast practical knowledge and arcane mastery. With these examples, we begin to see a pattern emerge. Through them, we understand that Esper manipulates its surroundings in one form or another, and that it takes on lofty goals with a sense of almost righteous indignation for other ways of thinking. Because, to be blunt, Esper believes in their own goals above all else, meaning it's them who has defined what is best through its calculated and pragmatic approach to life, and that others are simply just blind to the truth, resulting in an environment like that of the Shard of Esper on Alara, one that is transformed into a world of efficiencies, or that of the Obscura and their manipulation of society. That said, such a philosophy can be applied at a more personal level as well, transforming into a personality that shapes one's own life to reflect the greatness they see in oneself through discipline and control. Whatever the approach or outlook, Esper does not settle for half-best. With blue and black within its identity, ambition is like a drug that it cannot get enough of, while white provides that structured diligence needed to achieve such an idealistic way of being. This, I would say, is the core of Esper, the most common way to look at it, but it's not the whole picture. When it comes to shards and wedges, there is a need to break them down into 3 parts, one for each of the colors present. What I mean is that by leaning a bit more into one of the colors as our core color, then 3 versions of the combination can be discussed. So let's do just that and begin with the philosophy centered in blue. The dichotomy of the human spirit is inherently imbalanced and prone to failure. If we could instead harmonize our actions with the fulcrum of logic, then perhaps we could be driven by pragmatism towards perfection. A lofty way of thinking, sure, but to Esper, such an outlook comes naturally. When this combination roots its identity in blue, then logical outcomes which result in an idealized self become a focus, and this way of thinking is balanced with the colors at each of its side. You see, while accompanied by white-black or Orzhov, blue turns into a color that takes into consideration both sides of the coin that is humanity. A person who follows this version of Esper recognizes the need for optimal solutions that are both ideal and achieve the best outcome for themselves and the greater world around them. This new outlook makes up a version of Esper that is defined by pragmatic perfection and practical, unflinching solution. These solutions always come with a cost, but that cost is weighed against all potential inputs to craft an output that is most sensible and plausible, while acted upon with a finality and confidence ever present in white-black. This core color mixed with the color pair within often leads to a person who thinks very highly of their own actions, as they believe that only they have calculated all potential outcomes, and it's them that holds the key to the one truth. This can result in them asserting their way of thinking onto others, aiming to reach perfection not just in themselves, but to the wider world around them. They are an idealist with a strong sense of self-confidence, and nothing can stop them. They will then shed inefficiencies within themselves and those around them. For no effort should be wasted, and all action should feed into the greater goal. Esper, when black is the core, focuses inward to actualize systems of personal agency that can be leveraged to succeed in its everyday life. You see, black is a color that aims to get the best out of its life for itself or the smaller group it is a part of, while the inner combination of Azorius establishes the efficient frameworks that ensure that the right path is followed.
This results in the idea I call structures of self-determination, which can be understood as the framework or systems through which individuals or groups exercise autonomy and control over their own lives and decisions by putting into place rules that protect its trajectory. Someone who follows this way of thinking is goal-driven and routine-focused in order to achieve the lofty heights they see for themselves. They know they're destined for greatness, and truthfully, that everyone is. It's just that we allow ourselves to fall into the traps of incremental satisfaction instead of setting up oneself for success through diligence. Oftentimes, Esper can be seen as a manipulator of the world around it, but when it's brought inward, it can also be a force of self-realization through determination and discipline. The combination of Black's ambition, Blue's pursuit of efficiency, and White's structured approach fosters a mindset of continuous improvement. Esper individuals are constantly refining their methods and strategies, all to achieve better outcomes for themselves. This balance prevents the descent into ruthless self-interest and the cannibalization of self that can be present when Black is alone. Think of the person who lives life full of routines, ideals, and ambitions. This is the Esper individual, someone who knows that greatness is one step away, but those steps must be taken slowly and with purpose. Society is a messy thing. We all aim to grasp at straws to fulfill our own fleeting lives, but this approach leaves us wandering, never able to accomplish much. Imagine instead, if you will, a world where structures are built to facilitate progress. In such a world, the only moral code is that of ambition, not one where we build up the false idols of consumerism and instant gratification, but rather those of integrity and personal growth. Of course, these are ideals that do not come easy, and the world must be shaped around them, and those that falter must be cast aside in such a world, as progress waits for no one. White on its own will be a color that is always looking to how it can shape the world into a better place, but oftentimes it can be bogged down by moral concerns and the legality of its own design. By combining with Dimir, a pair that has no qualms with doing what it needs to be done to achieve one's ends, it's able to manipulate outcomes in a way that White usually cannot do on its own. In some cases, this is overt, and in others, it's shrewd and backhanded, though it all depends on the audience of its schemes. Whatever the approach, it's unflinching in its application. This means undermining those that do not follow its path, through subterfuge if possible. For a clever hand unseen is better than a fist displayed openly. Because of this strategy, Esper can accomplish its work in the background of society, massaging outcomes until its utopia is achieved. Because of this, most of the citizens that live within its society are unaware of the true nature of an Esper leader. Instead, they see a visionary who works diligently towards a better world. Such Esper visionaries would lead the charge into this new world, setting ambitious goals and charting paths that inspire collective action. And their ability to see beyond the immediate and trivial would galvanize society towards meaningful accomplishments. It's this presence of Dimir within White that can produce a leader who can be both a true idealist and the hand in the shadows pulling the strings. You know, Esper takes on a lot of negative connotations in Magic the Gathering, and I'm not just talking about gameplay, but the truth is that Esper is a shard with high aspirations and expectations. And sure, that can be hard to vibe with for some people, and colors like green or red, but to those that understand the Esper way of thinking, they know that it's merely a combination for those who want some control in their lives, and a goal to work towards. They're people of efficiency, structure, and ambition. Sure, sometimes that control can be suffocating, but what philosophy is not dangerous if taken too far? Perhaps if we were to allow such visionaries to lead, then the world could be a better place.
The story of this color combination really begins 16 years ago with the set Shards of Alara, giving us the Shard of Grixis, which was a miniature plane with a heavy focus on its lack of green and white mana. It's a vile world which has rejected anything natural or good. It's a place of suffering and sulfur, a land of hate and decay. This shard was a dramatic representation of what could be when life and light has been removed. While at a surface level it can be hard to parse any philosophical themes out of this representation, there is still something we can learn. What it tells us is that Grixis is an ideology that rejects any natural or societal constructs that aim to define it. Sure, in the case of this shard's representation, it can take on an abhorrent form, but the truth is if we pull this back a bit, there is something substantial there. But let's hold on to that, as it's something that will come up later when we dig into the core of Grixis. For now, let's talk about the other faction representation of this 3-color combination, and that is the Maestros from New Capenna, who showcase a different view on what this combination of colors can be. Publicly, this faction poses as upscale art aficionados, those who dictate culture, but in reality they are a clandestine organization of assassins focused on preserving their own power and control. This version of the Grixis combination has a fine balance between all of the colors present. They are the lavish and extravagance of red-black, while being an organization of calculated assassins leaning into blue. When we move from factions to inspect the most common creature type in Grixis, we see that vampires come up time and time again, which fits neatly into a very similar space as the Maestros. At face value, vampires are elegant and beautiful, but behind that facade is a vicious killer driven only by satisfying its own desires. And it's this concept, that of fulfillment of desire without restriction, that I want to focus on the most when it comes to discussing Grixis. Finally, the one character we cannot ignore when talking about Grixis is that of Nicol Bolas, the personification of relentless ambition, cold amoral action, and spiteful deception. His motivations are that of domination and control, accomplished through schemes that span hundreds of years. Moreover, he is cruel and prone to acts of utter destruction. In many ways, he is the villainous Grixis archetype personified. But if you ask me on a more personal level, I would say that Nicol Bolas showcases the relentless desire for greatness and the drive to accomplish that goal nested within the Grixis ideology. What these examples do is paint a picture for us, a reference of how this shard is represented in the game of Magic the Gathering. But as always, we are merely seeing the dark side of this combination often portrayed in this game, as some colors and combinations seem forced into this role more often than others. The truth is though that there are layers to Grixis, and if we peel them back to the source, there's actually something very human about this shard. So in an effort to confront the truth about Grixis, I want to dive into 3 core philosophies that motivate it. To leverage a creative mind is to imprint ourselves on the world around us. Grixis is a shard always concerned with its impact expressed through self upon its surroundings. It aims to influence and to inspire. This is because with black at its core, it's eager to take what makes it who it is and use it to reshape the world according to its own vision, while the combination of Izzet adds that spark of creativity to one's own goals. To Grixis, creativity isn't just about expression, it's a tool of transformation, a means to assert one's identity and bend reality to match one's will. This drive stems from the belief that true power lies in the ability to leave a mark on society through both its life and after its death, to craft something uniquely ours that stands apart from the constraints of the ordinary. It's about seizing control of the narrative, ensuring that our presence, our essence, alters the fabric of the world around us. It's a legacy that may influence others, and through things like art, inspirational speeches, or scientific discoveries, one may be remembered for their greatness long after they are gone. This focus on black,
paired with that of Izzet, lends itself to an individual who has a vision of how they wish to be perceived and of the legacy they wish to leave behind. They're uncomfortable in mediocrity and so utilize their skills to make something that can shine bright in the grayness of existence. It is leveraging the creative mastery of Izzet and the visions of grandeur of Black to create something of itself, something that will shine on well beyond after their own light fades. The only thing stopping you from getting what you want is the motivation to act. Yet the desire for more in of itself is not enough to drive you forward. You need a fire in your belly that is never satisfied. This is where the Grixis philosophy leverages their red side to fulfill this drive with the relentless nature of this color, paired with the ambitions of Dimir. This version of the Shard's philosophy is one that is never satisfied with what it has. It dreams big and pursues its needs with a passion, like a fire always stoked by the hunger of desire. In many ways, it cannot sit still, cannot rest on its laurels. Rather, it becomes obsessed with the idea of what it can become. This constant pursuit, however, isn't aimless. It's deeply intentional. Grixis doesn't chase after empty dreams or fleeting desires. It's about strategic evolution that never sits still whenever it reaches a plateau, where each step forward is a deliberate move toward a future where the self is fully realized and unbound by limitations. But this act is taken on with a relentless desire to keep on moving, to push what is possible for oneself. In this way, Grixis thrives in the tension between hunger and vision, where the fire within propels it to continuously redefine and elevate itself. It's a philosophy that embraces the idea that satisfaction is the enemy of growth, and as such it seeks to remain ever hungry for what it can become. Who are you? What do you want from this life? It can seem like a frivolous question with a quick answer. You want happiness, love, and acceptance, right? But why do all but happiness, broad as a term as it is, come from external entities? To Grixis, this is a fallacy of our own making. We do not need to be accepted, nor do we need to be loved, really. What we need is to find the root of what those terms provide us. To do so, we must be able to deconstruct our own desires, and to shed any assumptions passed to us from the world around us. It comes back to the idea of rejecting both white and green, the constructs of humanity and of nature. It's about confronting the illusions we've been taught, the need for acceptance, the quest for love. But what does it mean to reject these constructs? It's not about denying the existence of community or nature, but rather recognizing that they are not the source of our worth. The philosophy of Grixis pushes us to dig deeper, to question why we seek fulfillment in external validations rather than in the essence of who we are. Happiness in its truest form isn't something granted by others, it's something we forge within ourselves. By dismantling the illusions of what we think we need, we clear the path to understanding what we genuinely desire. This isn't about isolation, it's about independence. It's about embracing the freedom to define our existence on our own terms, free from the expectations of society or the dictates of the natural world. This sort of introspective look into our own desires is something that Rakdos touches on, but does so only through feeling, while the addition of blue makes this exercise something done with a calculated approach. It is now about coming to a conclusion on what we want from this life through logic. So follow the path of your own needs and find the root of who you are, because when it comes down to it, we have placed walls in our own mind that need to be found and torn down with ferocity. Grixis is a philosophy that I often think of as the greatest and worst parts of humanity. It is true to itself and comes to that conclusion through logic, but those conclusions may often push away those close to us. It is creative and inspirational, yet full of hubris. It is humanity's unrelenting ambition that has taken us from caves and into space, yet may be the source of our inevitable self-destruction. But Grixis does not shy away from the darker parts of what make it who it is, as those parts of us are revelations of truth. So it says with its chest, act without regret, act to satisfy your creativity, your curiosity, and your desires. For if you do so, you will live the full life you were meant to. The best way to understand the color pie is to first observe it, then use those observations to extrapolate different ideas. When it comes to Jund, there are two main factions that you need to understand first in order to see how varied the shard of black, red, and green can be. The first is that of the mini-plane of Jund from Alara, the source of this combination's name. Here we have a world defined by vicious strength, one where power is leveraged to take what one wants. It's a world of hunters and apex predators, a land where the weak are culled by a matter of nature, and only the most vicious may thrive. This plane is something that takes Black's ruthlessness and pairs it neatly with Gruul's wild, almost animal nature, lending itself to a philosophy devoid of sympathy for those who are not strong enough to justify their existence. The other example comes to us from the streets of New Capenna and the faction called the Riveteers, a faction whose hands built the great towering skyscrapers of the plain, and by whose hands each building may fall. It's said that the Riveteers' hands are calloused by hard work and even harder play. To me, they represent a form of this combination that falls into the restless need to keep the body busy, born from a core in red, all while reveling in the cycle of destruction and creation found in Golgari. Now, with this understanding of these two factions, it's then important to observe what sort of creature types or classes are most common in the combination you're studying. And what I found to be the most common creature type in Jund was that of dragons. Dragons, especially those of Jund, are devourers of all that stand in their way. They fear no one and count themselves at the top of the food chain. It is here that they exist for their own sake. But what can we learn from them? Applied to ourselves, it tells us that we must exude strength, and if we do so, we will not fear the other, nor will they be able to take advantage of us. With these examples pulled straight from Magic the Gathering, you begin to see what I mean, that there is something deeper here. So let's go deeper still as we discuss 3 potential variations of this combination, by focusing on one of the 3 colors present within Jund more than the others. What does strength mean to you? To Jund, strength is a state of being, a way of carrying oneself which provides a means to take from this life what it wishes. Strength has always separated those who feed from the best stock and those who watch from the sidelines. But do not think of this simply as mere physical prowess, but a fortitude of personality. It is the willingness to stand tall and proud, to puff one's chest and proclaim that life is mine. In this version of Jund, one that focuses on black mana, the way one carries itself is the determining factor in the quality of one's life. Every choice, every action is a test of one's resolve, a challenge to prove that you are not merely surviving, but thriving. It's not just about towering might, but the cunning to seize opportunities as they arise, the resilience to endure and adapt, and the instinct to know when to strike and when to bide your time. This is where black mana thrives. It teaches us that survival is not guaranteed, but earned. There are no apologies and no regrets. Jund's philosophy is that of the predator, and in the wilds, only the fiercest and the most resourceful hold sway. Gruul, meanwhile, fuels the primal engine of this relentless force. It's the raw, untamed energy that surges beneath the surface, the howl of the wolf, the stampede of the beast, the breaking chains that seek freedom at any cost. In Jund, you don't ask for your place in this world, you claim it. This version of Jund represents the restless dichotomy of creation and destruction, of working hard and playing hard, of loving and fighting. It is the salt of the earth men and women who get their hands dirty building something tangible. They may be construction workers, farmers, and the like.
simple in action but hardy in constitution. We see this sort of circle play out in Golgari, who often represents the cycle of life and death, of growth and decay. But when anchored to red, there's a simplicity to it, rather than some deeper philosophical meaning. It's that push and pull of their heart that makes them never sit still. There is no overthinking, no existential crisis, just a rhythm, a pulse that drives the heart to act. Life must be lived through the body, through muscle and grit. It's a philosophy that finds meaning in motion, to build, to fight, to laugh, and to love. All of it comes from the same primal core. It's not about pondering the why, but about feeling the satisfaction in the doing. Anchored in red, Jund's soul is restless, always pushing forward. It's the spark that fuels every swing of the hammer, every footfall in the fields, and every roar of laughter shared over a hard day's labor. There's a purity in this drive, something raw and simple. It's not concerned with legacy or preservation, but the act of living fully in the moment. The farmer who tills the land knowing that what grows today will wither tomorrow doesn't lament the cycle but embraces it. The worker who builds a home understands that time may one day wear it down, but that's not the point. The point is in the doing, in the creation, in the satisfaction of bringing something to life, however fleeting. In Jund, it's about living in that endless push and pull, that constant motion. Jund doesn't need to sit still, because in its restlessness, it finds peace. I am, therefore I am. A statement of self-confidence born from the wisdom to know one's self and one's place. To be confident in one's existence because of the connection we hold to the ground we lay our feet and the awareness to understand it. Jund may come off as a mindset for those who act with bravado, but there is a level of introspection there, even if it may not go deeper than a feeling. In these quiet spaces, Jund finds peace within itself through the turbulence of life. Look to the wisdom that green provides, and the calm that washes over when we understand our place. Then pair that with Rakdos, and Jund becomes a way of thinking that is pure in who it is, one that never questions what its place is and where it belongs, and in that space it thrives. This wisdom is instinctual, raw, and immediate, a recognition of self that does not need the affirmation of others. To be Jund is to be unshaken by doubt. When one understands that they are both part of the world and a force that shapes it, somehow they find balance. But balance does not mean passivity. It's still a philosophy with a zest for life that is expressed through action. Where green grants understanding, Rakdos supplies the will to act on that understanding without hesitation. When you bring these colors together, they form a worldview that does not flinch, does not waver. Jund knows its place, and it claims it without question. There is no need to wonder or second guess when you know deeply and truly that you belong. And in that knowledge, Jund thrives, wild, untamed, and unshakable. Jund is a force that thrives on instinct, action, and an unshakable sense of self. It is a way of life that refuses to be confined to one definition, embracing the contradictions of creation and destruction, of introspection and of ferocity. Whether it's the strength to take from the world what you need, the tireless energy to keep moving forward, or the deep connection to your place in the grander scheme of things, Jund is a way of thinking that never falters. It is the philosophy of the devourer, the builder, and the apex predator. There's a freedom in this, a release from overthinking and doubt, because in Jund you do not just live, you thrive. And in doing so, you become as unyielding as the dragons themselves. This is the way of Jund, fierce, relentless, and unapologetically alive. When dissecting the color pie, the best place to start is obviously with its application in Magic the Gathering. What I mean is by observing how a section of colors is used to create worlds, factions, and characters, we get to see the combination in action. For Naya, the best place to start is the mini plane that shares its name, from the set Shards of Alara. Naya is a plane devoid of blue and black mana, with a focus on green. The result is a world where life is both celebrated and left unchecked.
When it comes to factions, we can look to the plane of New Capenna, and specifically the Cabaretti. Here we have a faction who facilitates the festivals and feasts of the plane, held in their great dance halls. To this faction, culture and celebration are what drives society, an active community strengthened through parties and shared experience. Our final observation comes to us through the most common creature type and class for the Shard of Naya, and those are the Beast and the Shaman. Beasts come to Naya in the form of towering creatures who stand like stoic mountains. They are not beasts of viciousness, but instead are an extension of nature, like the seasons who may bring both growth and destruction. Our final example is that of the Shaman, those that are connected to the spirit of the land itself and live through the examples of the elemental forces that course around them, and because of this understanding can call upon it through themselves. Now, with these examples, we have a core grasp on what makes Naya what it is, but I know you came here for something deeper still. This is now the point in the video where we will dissect the true philosophy hidden within Naya. To do so, I will present 3 different versions of the combination of white, red, and green, each one focusing on one color more than the other. Each of us is an animal, unique in design, different by our very nature, and born to be free. And yet, we as a society always aim to bind the animal within, call it a defect in our morality. This idea goes against our very nature. We are animals born from the dirt, and no matter how much we replace trees with skyscrapers, this fact cannot be erased. You see, a white-focused Naya still sees the value in coming together, of the shared burden of responsibility, but this should never come at the cost of our freedom. This becomes apparent when you realize the other side of this combination is Gruul. Thus, what we should build instead is a world that facilitates our nature without binding it to a rigid way of being. Naya believes that true morality lies not in restriction, but in understanding and embracing the wildness that lives within each of us. You see, the more we deny our natural instincts, the further we drift from who we truly are. In Naya's view, a society that imposes rigid boundaries only weakens the spirit, turning vibrant individuals into cogs in a machine. Instead, Naya envisions a world where we are free to express our primal urges, to live fully in the moment while still respecting the bonds that tie us together. It's not a rejection of community or responsibility, but a call for a world where those things coexist with the freedom to be who we are, without fear of judgment or suppression. To live in harmony with the animal within is not to descend into chaos, but to rise into a state of true balance, where we honor both the wild and the communal aspects of our nature. Community flourishes through acts of shared experience. A festival of like-minded people is more than revelry for its own sake. It's an act of forging bonds that last with us for the rest of our lives. This act is all too common in Red, but where Red does this deed for its own sake, the introduction of Selesnya puts that focus on building communal bonds. It is through the sweat of dance, the sharing of food, and the making of merriment that humanity grows stronger as a unit. I ask if you have ever taken part in any form of community gathering with people who share the same hobby, taste in music, or spiritual alignment. Can you recall the friends you made or the experiences you had with those strangers? In most cases, we come back from these events feeling fuller and having felt as if we were part of something more than ourselves. Ritual, festival, and feasts have long been a part of the human experience and a way to forge lasting bonds. And Naya sees the value in tapping into such rituals. It's in these moments of collective celebration that people find a sense of belonging, a deeper connection to those around them. The laughter, the music, the simple act of coming together, they all remind us of our shared humanity. In Naya's eyes, these rituals are vital. The joy is real, but so is the purpose, to build something lasting, a community bound by shared experience. Whether through coincidence or destiny, humanity is burdened with the stewardship of this planet. We have manifested control of the waters, the animals, and the climate, and yet we let ourselves become cruel in our control, cleaving forests for our own comfort, slaughtering countless animals for our own gluttony, and poisoning rivers through our own disdain. To Naya, this is a transgression that cannot be forgiven, as it sees itself as a protector of the gift we have been given. With green as its core, Naya feels a deep connection to the earth that gave it its life, and with Boros at its side, this feeling is paired with retribution. A person who is Naya aligned will be one who cannot sit by as nothing is done, and the world around them is stripped away. They refuse to be complicit while they hear the cries of Mother Nature. This feeling turns to action, and this action can take many forms. For some, it might be the quiet rebellion of living sustainably, rejecting consumerism in favor of simplicity. For others, it may be the roar of defiance in the face of corporate greed, risking life and limb to defend the Earth's creatures and landscapes from destruction. Naya's warriors are those who do not flinch in the face of adversity, and their resolve is as unyielding as the mountains they protect. They know that every act, no matter how small, contributes to the larger battle to restore balance between humanity and the world we are meant to steward. And in their hearts burns the knowledge that to protect this planet is to protect the very soul of humanity itself. The three colors that make up Naya aren't exactly the kind you'd think could breed anything interesting. How can anything of substance be gained without the use of black or blue? And yet there's something substantial here. A way of looking at the world that sheds some of the shortcomings of those more selfish colors in favor of a more holistic and revelrous outlook. Naya is a protector of the very mother that gave us all life. It's able to find community through revelry and believes that harmony can be found once we've accepted the animal within us all. Naya does not see the world in what it can take, but rather in how we can weave ourselves into it, coexisting without losing what makes humanity special. But do not think of Naya as passivity. It seeks all that is provided and finds joy in all things. So shed those false deities of consumption and progress, and instead be like Naya, seek the rhythm that beats within us all, and in that song, find your place. If you ever hope to comprehend any combination in Magic, you always want to start at the source, the examples of this combination implemented in the game. Then, with that understanding, you can use it as a springboard to come up with more abstract ideas. For the Shard of Bant, our examples will come from three sources. The first being the plane that lent this combination its name, then the faction who uses this shard's colors in the context of its own world, and finally, the most common creature class within it. To the first item, there is the mini plane of Bant from Alara, a world devoid of red and black mana, an important distinction because it's felt throughout this world and its inhabitants. What I mean is that by removing any note of self-satisfaction in favor of order and discipline, what we get is a world of purpose, tradition, and cooperation. As such, selfless devotion comes easy in a place like this, and duty always trumps desire. When it comes to any shard-based factions, we really have one prime example, and that comes from the plane of New Capenna, and specifically in the case of Bant, we have the Brokers, a faction well skewed towards the criminal-focused nature of this plane, still teaches us something about this shard's ideals. Here we have a faction who utilize a benevolent front of being protectors and lawyers in order to cultivate favors to be collected later. Sure, they uphold order and come to the aid of those in need, but every good deed comes at a cost. Our final example comes to us by the way of the most common creature type in Bant, and that is the Soldier, a class that denotes duty, selflessness, and an adherence to a cause. Soldiers in the multiverse are smaller parts of a bigger whole. Not quite the shining hero, but rather the selfless individual ready to lay down their life for their comrades. Now, with these examples laid before us, I bet you're starting to see a pattern when it comes to the ideals baked into Bant. But really, this is just the beginning. From here, we can now start to take this foundation and present three versions of Bant, each leaning more into one of the colors present in the combination, in order to uncover the abstract philosophies of this shard. The will to be a better person means nothing without the discipline to make it happen. The white-focused version of Bant is one who is rigid in their identity and goals.
They understand who they are, the tools they were born with, and how they can leverage them to accomplish their idealist way of being, all anchored in White's regimented sense of determination. In this way, White is like a fulcrum between both blue and green. With White's discipline, Green's steady growth, and Blue's endless potential, we see a vision of self-actualization that feels almost inevitable. Imagine the sort of person shaped by this mentality, one who sees who they are and who they can become as a continuous line, driven directly by the colors that comprise it, where an understanding of self is the base, persistence is the motor, and visionary perfection the North Star. Bant moves always towards its ideals. There is no good enough, no settling for a half-best version of themselves and the world around them. Instead, they're forged by their own commitment, focused on an ideal self not because they're unsatisfied, but because they believe in the beauty of what's possible through hard work and dedication. Their dedication brings a stability that not only fuels their own progress, but supports those around them, guiding with a confidence that is earned, not assumed. This, Bant would argue, is how greatness isn't just achieved, but sustained. It's no secret that together we can accomplish more than when we try and go it alone, and yet this world speaks highly only of the individual's ability to achieve greatness for themselves. Why is this, when we know it to be a falsehood? Perhaps it's the sting of red and black within our societies, and the selfishness that those colors represent, when instead we could balance our communities against the ideals of Selesnya to achieve the lofty goals set by Blue. This, at least, is the ideal way of being that the blue-focused version of Bant aims to spread. Imagine a world where each of us played the role best suited to us, and through that, all contributed to the greatness of the whole. Such a world could be governed by logic and the needs of the greater good, and through this, a utopia for all. You see, we're taught to pursue success on our own, to stand apart as individuals. But what if we understood deep down that the strength we seek lies in unity, not in isolation? Imagine if we organized our world around common goals, where a person derived their own value from that contribution. In this way, we would build places of learning so that each of us could work towards our own future while contributing to the future of all. I think to how humanity's greatness is a culmination of what came before. Bant says that if we doubled down on this idea and really leaned into each person's strengths and used one another as a springboard, then the limits of what we could achieve is endless. This, Bant would say, is at the heart of what makes us truly great. Harmony can be achieved only when we are able to logically recognize the need for the structures in place that strike a balance between who we are and what our existence was meant to be here on this earth. There is a peace here, a way of letting go of simple wants in favor of searching for enlightenment. Green is a color of wisdom, of seeing the bigger picture and how we fit into it. For some, this might bring anxiety, but for green, it's something to be desired. Now, of course, nature will take its course and sometimes carry green away with it. But when we introduce Azorius, it becomes structured in a way that allows for the individual to achieve a higher state of self through regimented action and self-reflection. Rooted in things like tradition, practice, and thoughtful meditation, Bant believes that through this we can achieve a higher state of being. You see, by introducing Azorius to green, it acts like an anchor grounding a wandering vine. No longer does the green spirit drift from whim to whim, but instead grows intentionally, embracing its nature while remaining aligned to something steady. Here, discipline becomes a means to clear away the distractions that keep us from seeing ourselves as we're meant to be. Through such routines built into a structured way of being, it acts to refine oneself, to prune all of that which clutters the mind and soul, leaving only what's essential, pure, and connected, a life of true balance. For this version of Bant, this is enlightenment, the deep calm that comes when we know our place, our purpose, and how we can grow into it fully, with patience and intention. Bant teaches us that real strength lies in a vision shared, built on purpose and unity. It isn't about the power of one, but the strength of many, each piece working toward a whole that's greater than any single ambition. When discipline aligns with wisdom and shared ideals, it forms a path to something enduring, a way of life that prizes dedication, order, and a respect for all parts working in harmony. In embracing the philosophy of Bant, we see a call to shape the world not just for today, but for a future built with steady hands and an unwavering commitment to a common good. Thanks for watching, and with that we end the shards of... It's important in any discussion around the color pie to look at how any color or combination is implemented in the game before we can even expand on those ideas into abstract ones. When it comes to wedges, I find the best place to look are three different areas: the core faction that gave the combination its name, a reoccurring character made up of those colors, and the most common creature type or class within that combination. For the first example, we will look to the Order of the Jeskai Way, an order of monks on the plane of Tarkir, represented by the Eye of the Dragon, which symbolizes their vigilant watch over Tarkir. These monks also govern themselves by three core principles: discipline, enlightenment, and hard work. They are a faction that harness the restless fire of red and put it to work with the temperament of Azorius. The best example of a character within these colors also comes to us from Tarkir, and that is Narset, a master martial artist and genius mind. So much so that on the timeline of the dragons, Ojutai chose her specifically to be his apprentice, noting her potential for limitless growth. You see, Narset is an example of someone who is able to put to work that curiosity, diligence, and energy to make something great of herself. Our final example and the most common type in Jeskai is the monk, which more or less aligns with everything we spoke of so far. You see, the monk in magic, and really even in our own world, is a person who marries both mental and physical fortitude. They are people who are devoted to a single way of life and live with discipline to achieve it. These examples in the game really do help paint a picture. But you know me, I want to dig even deeper still. So based on what we know of the color pie and these examples, I want to present three versions of Jeskai, each that leans slightly more into one of its three colors. Reason and emotion are often the greatest of enemies, clashing at every moment like a storm within. For some, one overtakes the other, but for a Jeskai-aligned person with a red focus, that side of them cannot be extinguished, no matter how strong the Azorius side of them may wish to do without it. This can sometimes create an inner turmoil of sorts, a clashing of action versus thought and diligence. This Jeskai soul is looking for structure, and yet there's always this unsettled fire burning within them at all times. Perhaps early in life this was a part of them that was difficult to handle, a conflict always rumbling below the surface. But over time they would learn to appreciate this aspect of their nature, and in fact, leverage it. With the help of their Azorius side, the red within can be used like an engine of motivation. You see, white and blue's weakness is that they're slow to act, but when red is wedged between, there is a true motivation to get better, to be better, and to always move. This blend of thought and action, of restraint and passion, is what makes a Jeskai soul with a red focus so fascinating. This does bring with it a sense of progress, albeit one that is earned through constant struggle. The Azorius side of them might yearn for order, but this red side keeps them moving, keeps them pushing to do more. Together, these colors form someone who can envision a better world and has the courage and energy to fight for it. Structured experimentation is where thought meets action, each strengthened by the other in a deliberate dance of innovation. For a white-aligned Izzet person, creativity isn't left to chance. It's sharpened, refined, and given space where it can be tested. While the raw energy of Izzet's innovations might thrive in chaos, this version of Jeskai insists on some structure, a structure that transforms fleeting inspiration into tangible progress. Here, creativity finds a partner in discipline, and the two work hand in hand to ensure that every idea has a chance to flourish, not as a whim, but as a foundation for something greater. It's not enough to dream, those dreams must be built, and built in unison with those who share your vision. This white-aligned version of Jeskai is the promise that no spark of genius will be wasted. For within its framework, every possibility is given space to be cultivated by the guiding hand of white. As such, the relentless curiosity of Izzet becomes tempered but not restricted. This balance ensures that creation is more than just a pursuit for its own sake. It's about making something meaningful that lasts and perhaps inspires others to reach for their own spark. To those who embody this mindset, the journey of creation is not reckless, it's intentional, guided by a belief that the best ideas are those that inspire and endure. Militant enlightenment is the restless pursuit of knowledge through action, a philosophy where intellect sharpens resolve and purpose is forged in the fire of discipline. For a blue core Jeskai soul, enlightenment is not a tranquil state, but an ongoing struggle to evolve. What we know of Boros is that it's a pair that embodies its ideals with fierce devotion, while blue gives focus to this action with boundless curiosity, constantly questioning, refining, and striving for more. Together, they create a momentum that turns ideals into reality, with each step forward guided by a hunger for understanding and the courage to act upon it. This is a life lived with intensity, where knowledge is not only sought, but also wielded as a tool to achieve more, each lesson shaping the you that you wish to become. To embody this version of Jeskai is to harden oneself, embracing the discipline to always push past your limits. Here, the hunger for understanding isn't a passive craving. It's a force that drives them onward, making every challenge an opportunity to grow. This combination doesn't simply ponder ideals, it lives them, proving that intellect paired with conviction can achieve a brilliance neither could reach alone. The Jeskai philosophy weaves together thought and action in unique ways. It's a philosophy that's always pushing on for a better self and a better world. It's about constant motion, testing limits, and iterating on oneself. For what good is a sturdy ship and a well-crafted sail without the wind to push it forward? Sure, there is always this underlying restlessness of perhaps feeling not good enough or having achieved enough. But it is that same inner fire that is the reason that this sort of person can achieve something great in the context of their own life. So embrace that fire and hone your mind through discipline, because it will be just that which makes you into the person you always wished to become. In order to best understand a combination of colors in Magic the Gathering, we should first look to how it's represented in the game. Think of it as the building blocks for a deeper discussion. To this end, I like to pull up three main examples. The first being the core faction that gives this combination its name, a character who best represents these colors, and finally the most common creature type within this combination. With these, we have three vectors to gain a base understanding of Mardu. For the faction, we are lucky because with our return to Tarkir, we get to see this combination in action with a fresh approach from the last. The Mardu of old lived by three core tenets. To conquer is to eat, victory or death, and to rule is to bleed. While the Mardu of the Dragonstorm era lives by three similar yet more nuanced ideas. Loyalty is earned, community is strength, and victory is survival. By merging these concepts and finding the common ground, we understand that Mardu is a clan where strength is a way of life, that devotion and heroism are the greatest traits, and that we're only as strong as our weakest link. From here, I would like to point to the character Kalia. Kalia is a fractured soul whose righteous fury has sent her on a path of revenge. Bullied for her disabilities as a child, she always felt like an outsider. When she used her powers for good, she ended up failing to stop a great evil, one that killed her family and destroyed her home. Her hate and desire for revenge is what keeps her going. Kalia is an interesting figure, a physical manifestation of each of the colors represented within her, but I do think it shows the side of white that looks for retribution, the side of red that is emotionally charged, and the side of black that is unflinching in its resolve. Our final example comes to us by the way of a tie between knights and warriors, which I think is fitting. You see, knights are people of devotion who value a code and live rigidly by it, while the warrior values strength, and lives life by the way of exerting its prowess to achieve what it wants. These two types coming together solidify this concept of devotion and strength. Alright, now with these examples, something concrete is beginning to form. A base, if you will. But you know me, I like to dig even deeper still, to truly understand what sort of way of thinking can come when you combine white, black, and red. To this end, I will discuss 3 versions of Mardu, each leaning more into one of its 3 colors than the other. Like a quilt made with many hands, individual contribution and expression lead to a vibrant community. In a similar way, someone who follows the Mardu way values what the individual can bring to the whole, rather than ask them to be absorbed as a faceless entity of the whole itself. You see, Rakdos is a combination of the true expression of self, unflinching in who it is. In some cases, this can lead to a bout of selfish action, but when white is there to rein it in and push it towards the values of community, it finds a home with others like it. This is not some restriction made to shackle the individual's right to be themselves, but rather to show them that there is strength when we can come together towards a common ground, instead of going it alone. And that is the heart of Mardu, not just wild abandon, not just rigid structure, but the dance between the two. You see, Mardu sees where these forces collide and find a rhythm. It's not a compromise of self for the sake of unity, nor a sacrifice of unity for the sake of self. It is a celebration of both. It's the warband, the ride or die, the place where you're seen for exactly who you are and still welcomed into the charge. Not because you fit some predetermined mold, but because you bring something to the table that no one else can. It's a storm of personalities, a riot of voices, but when the call to ride comes, they move as one, not as a faceless legion, but as a thunderous force of individuals, bound by something deeper than mere obligation. You will never be the person you wish to be without an absolute devotion to your ideals. It takes discipline, drive, desire to reach for the very height of who you can be, and that is where this version of Mardu resides. It's not a way of being for the weak, it is a demand of oneself that pushes you to the limits of your potential. You see, Boros as a combination is one of true dedication, a combination of zeal who stands by its idealist way of being, while Black sets their sights on what it can get from this life. It's a pairing that is both the unflinching hand of self-actualization and of total resolve. But to walk this path is to accept struggle as a constant companion. Discipline alone is not enough. Discipline must be tested, reforged in the fires of hardship. Drive means nothing if it falters when faced with pain. Desire can wither in the face of failure. That is why this version of Mardu does not merely endure hardship, it thrives in it. Every obstacle, every setback is fuel, a challenge to be conquered, proof that you are still standing when others would have fallen. There's no room for doubt, no space for hesitation. The weak look for excuses, the strong carve their own way. To embrace this philosophy is to acknowledge that nothing is given, everything must be taken, forged through struggle and claimed with unwavering certainty. If you're willing to fight for what you believe, to give everything in pursuit of your ideals, then nothing is beyond your grasp. Loyalty is not born from a demand made by birth or law. It is based on trust and is a reciprocal act of devotion, a transaction made that states an expectation to one another. As such, this version of Mardu with its red focus states that my tie to another person is based on an understanding that they will give all for you as I for them, and no less. Because you see, red is a color that goes all in, and Orzhov is a pragmatic pairing who focuses on equal exchange. Some people consider red a flimsy color, always following the winds of change. But the truth is, red knows what it wants and what it expects, not just of itself, but of others. When we introduce Orzhov, this then shifts to ensure that red is not taken advantage of, that loyalty is earned, and that trust, if broken, is returned in kind. If a Mardu person has your back, they have it fully, but they demand the same of you. Loyalty, in this sense, is not blind obligation. It's a pact, a fire stoked by mutual understanding. Mardu's red heart does not give freely to just anyone. It gives fiercely to those who have proven themselves worthy. It does not claim loyalty as an unearned right. Instead, it insists that loyalty is a contract written in fire and steel, in blood and promise. If you stand beside a Mardu soul, you do so knowing that your bond is absolute, but also that it is not given lightly nor cheaply. Mardu is more than just a banner under which warriors ride. It's a way of being, a philosophy of devotion, ambition, and loyalty forged through fire and will. Whether it manifests as a community of fierce individuals, a relentless drive towards self-actualization, or an unbreakable bond between those who have earned it, Mardu stands as a testament to the power of white, black, and red when brought together, where personal strength fuels shared purpose, where hardship is not an end but a crucible, and where the worth of one's word is measured in action, not empty oaths. Understanding Mardu is understanding the balance between these forces, the raw energy that comes from refusing to be anything less than what you're meant to be. It's a call to ride, to stand, to fight, not just for the sake of conquest alone, but for something greater. Because in the end, Mardu is not just about surviving the storm, it's about becoming it. Like I said, to best understand any combination in Magic and dig into what is hidden, we will first begin with examples, those being the faction who gave this combination its name, the most represented creature type, and a character who best exemplifies this combination. To the faction, we look to that of Temur on the plane of Tarkir. This faction is one who relies on savagery to maintain control over their lands, fighting like the animals at their side. The Temur also greatly value their shamans and see them as a direct link to their past and of time itself. While this faction seems to lean more into its Gruul side than the blue present, the shamans are in a way that link to the third color. When it comes to another example, that of the most common creature type, we can look to the elemental. These creatures are in touch with the natural world in a way that humans could never achieve, placing them in a realm that provides total perspective on all things, showing us what it means to connect with the heart of our creator. Our final example is that of Suruk, a member of the Temur faction. He represents a lot of what makes that faction what it is. He is a savage warrior who gains respect due to his prowess as the hunt caller, and fights alongside the bear Goreclaw. Once again, this leads a lot into the Gruul side. As you can see, when it comes to examples, we're shown a very narrow view of Temur, considering we've only really seen this faction represented on one plane, and that representation could be mistaken for just being Gruul with some extra steps. But there is something here, a concept that is based in a connection with nature itself, and one that mimics and even embodies its qualities. So when we keep these traits in mind, then splash in blue, my mind begins to wander, and where it lands is a representation of the combination outside of what we've seen in the game, but must logically be there based on what we know of the color palette. So let's start discussing what that looks like by talking about three versions of Temur, each who lean a little more into one of its three colors than the other, beginning with what happens when we do add blue to Gruul. But before we do that, I would just like to let you know that I started a second channel. It's a place where I can talk about my other love, manga and anime. So if that sounds interesting to you, then I will have a link in the description and a comment section of this video. Thanks for your time. Let's get back to it. Who are we but a collection of instincts and emotion, a result of our environment and experiences? To Gruul, these are questions not worth asking, as the result is evident. But what happens when blue is involved, I asked myself. Well, of course, a need to understand the root of those impulses. Let me put it this way. Have you ever done something before you've even had time to think about it? A reaction to someone else's action? We would call this an emotional response. Have you ever followed through with something even though you didn't spend time thinking about it, only to find it was the right course? This we would call instinct. These are aspects of our humanity that drive in the back seat, before our slow brain can have a chance to even register what happened. For some, this is done without any self-awareness or reflection,
But to a Temur person, there is a need to know, a self-reflection that reveals the root of our deeper human motivations. So what happens when you can uncover the animal and evolutionary source of your actions? Well, you can further shape them or at least be at peace with them. This is the effect of taking Gruul and adding blue to it. Blue is a color that needs to understand, to come to logical conclusions, and even though an action is taken through instinct or emotion, there is a logical root, a source of that act. A Temur person then sees the source, watches the action, and understands the result, providing peace in self through awareness of self. They see the animal that they are, the baser instincts that drive them, and are able to follow them backwards to reveal more about themselves. But the thing is that this understanding does not result in pushing against. This is because both green and red are colors of accepting the way things are, of who they are. Blue simply provides context to these actions, resulting in a greater acceptance of oneself. When green becomes the passenger to that of Izzet, things start to flip. Think instead of a person rooted in creative action, one who thrives on the act of discovery and self-actualization, while still approaching life with a simple wisdom. Oftentimes, Izzet on its own can result in someone with a sort of brain that can't sit still, one that is almost in conflict with itself. But when you add green, there's a chance to be rooted in the here and now, to connect with the wider world around you. This person then is one who can better flow with what comes at them, because at the end of the day, if their creative project leads nowhere, their actions or ideas lead to failure, they can still fall back on their humanity, being alive and being present. To put it plainly, instead of being a storm, they are like water. They can crash and swirl, but eventually they will always settle into a rhythm. They will take the form of their environment and find that every endeavor is worth it, no matter the outcome, because they are at peace with their place. I see this version of Temur as the balance of oneself. The blue as the mind, red as the heart, and green as the soul. Of course, their nature, being rooted in Izzet, is one that is hungry for experience. But green is the wisdom to find that there are greater truths outside of those experiences. So instead, what one must do is flow with every experience that comes, like water.
I said, empty your mind. Be formless, shapeless, like water. Now you put water into a cup, it becomes the cup. You put water into a bottle, it becomes the bottle. You put it in a teapot, it becomes the teapot. Now water can flow, or it can crash. Be water, my friend.
When wisdom and intellect meet, you get Simic. But what is the value of thought when it lacks experience? It is assumption based on observation, and as such, where is the value? The true philosopher is one who understands that to know is to experience, and to experience requires that one live their life and interact with others. To gain perspective through action, that is the belief of this version of Temur. While Simic on its own will tinker and ponder of its place and its future, it can be stagnant as both colors within are slow to act. Red then introduces some immediacy, and even more than that, an itch to experience, to live one's life in order to understand one's place. This version of Temur does not seek ideas locked away in pages. It values understanding through the rush of the moment, in the wind against one's skin, in the firelight of a story shared among friends. Where Simic may hesitate, Temur leaps, trusting that the only way to truly understand and shape one's world, one must be willing to collide with it head on, to climb, to run, to fight, to love, to feel the weight of each decision, not as a distant theory, but as a heartbeat in the chest. In this way, wisdom and knowledge are not just product of thought, but of experience lived fully, of lessons learned in the rush of life itself. And so, Temur reveals itself not as just another expression of raw strength or primal instinct, but as something deeper, a philosophy that embraces the full breadth of the human experience. It is the balance between thought and action, between discovery and reflection, between the fire that pushes us forward and the roots that keep us grounded. Whether it's understanding the instincts that guide us, flowing with the chaos of creativity, or seeking wisdom through the act of living, Temur reminds us that knowledge is not simply something to be studied, but something to be felt. It is a call to engage with the world, to throw ourselves into the unknown, and to come out on the other side not just wiser, but more alive.
Whenever you want to truly understand something, it helps to see it in action, to study it through example. With that in mind, before we dive into the deeper philosophies behind Sultai, let's first look at how this color combination is portrayed in Magic the Gathering. By comparing the original Tarkir block with Tarkir Dragonstorm, we get two distinct yet related versions of Sultai. In the first iteration, the Sultai clan is ruthless, resourceful, and often cruel. They wield necromancy to raise armies, enslave the dead, and delve into forbidden magics to gain an edge over their rivals. Their ambitions lead them to make pacts with Rakshas, cat demons of immense power who demand a steep price. In this version, strength is carved from the darkness and wielded without mercy. By contrast, the newer Sultai of Dragonstorm hold a reverence for death. They believe that the end of life feeds the land and enables the next harvest. This version of Sultai leans into the natural cycle, treating death not as a tool for dominance, but as a force to nurture future generations, to preserve knowledge and pass it on. This shift in perspective shows how the same colors can express different values when approached with new intent. Looking to a common creature type in Sultai, we often see a blend of shamans and wizards. Their presence speaks to the union of cold intellect and primal insight. Wizards embody the calculated pursuit of forbidden knowledge, while shamans ground the wedge in nature's raw, cyclical energy. Together, they reveal a worldview where intellect and instinct are not opposites, but allies. One final example I want to highlight is Brokos, the forever beast of Ikoria. Brokos represents a more ancient, contemplative Sultai, one that flows with the seasons, not to shape them, but to move with their rhythm. It doesn't seek control, but connection. Brokos reminds us that true wisdom lies in patience, memory, and transformation. It's adaptable, and it endures. Now that we've seen how Sultai manifests across different settings, it's time to dig deeper into the forbidden knowledge that lies at the heart of this wedge. I'll be exploring 3 philosophical takes on Sultai, each leaning more heavily into one of its 3 colors than the others. Let's begin. The truth is impartial to morality. It hides in dark corners, festers in the abyss, and worms its way down forbidden corridors. If the most potent insights wanted to be found, they'd already lie in everyone's hands, rather than in the grasp of those willing to dig through the muck or reach out to the gods of old. Sultai, as a wedge, especially with blue at the helm, understands that there are veiled realities and suppressed teachings that others are too afraid to dredge up. Forgotten lore sealed in arcane rites, dust-choked manuscripts, and discarded faiths. This springs from Blue's pursuit of comprehension, of deeper principles, while Golgari reminds us that anything truly worth uncovering is often masked by society's refusal to confront origins that may be morally unclean. But understanding, insight, these are constants that predate us, old frameworks of being, rotted, abandoned, and left to molder in time. In our own lives, this philosophy asks us to accept that revelations don't always arrive wrapped in comfort or moral certainty. Often the most transformative ideas aren't new, but long suppressed, cast aside because they disrupted the narratives we clung to. To seek genuine clarity, we must be willing to look where others won't, to explore the uneasy places where long silenced voices still echo. And when we uncover what we once sealed away, we may find it unsettling. But insight doesn't promise ease, it offers truth. The Sultai perspective teaches that wisdom may fester where others only saw corruption. To walk this path is to become fluent in uncertainty, patient with silence, and unflinching when old revelations begin to reshape who we were meant to be. I am who I make myself to be. That is the motto of the black-focused version of Sultai. You see, evolution is not just a matter of nature to decide. It's also a personal task that can be given, a frame to live one's life in a way that sheds the inefficient. It looks to how nature is one to adapt and specialize to its environment, and believes that such a task can be taken with expedience in one's own life. Where black is always aiming for what it can become, Simic is tasked with manipulating oneself to meet that end. To take what nature has provided us, an individual, and shaping it in a way that meets a greater end. It no longer just wants to see what it could become out of curiosity, but rather wants to use the tools provided to become the strongest, smartest, and most dominant thing alive. Where Simic holds the belief that evolution has a destination and that it can be guided, Black urges it to meet this end with expedience. I believe there's something deeply human in this Black-focused version of Sultai, because at some point most of us feel the urge to shed what we were, like a snake shedding its old skin. To look the person in the mirror and think, I can be more than this. It's the drive to self-optimize, based on the strengths we were born with, to enhance oneself. This gives them the drive to learn new skills, drop bad habits, change one's body, mind, or identity. Not out of shame, but because you refuse to stay the same. It's not enough to adapt to the world. You want to rewrite the rules you were given. There's power in accepting who you are, but there's greater power in deciding who you become, to craft a version of yourself you can be proud of. The future can only be shaped by those who understand the past, those who can iterate on what came before and have the willingness to pass along their ambitions to those who come after. Greatness is not always something that speaks in a void or flashes in the pan. It can be something crafted with intent over time, through generations of those who think forward while holding on to the knowledge of those long past. In Sultai, there's an ancient and quiet way of finding growth through standing on the shoulders of the elders who carved the first path. This is where Green and Dimir find common ground, in this belief that ambition doesn't have to be loud. It can be cultivated with time and intent, something rooted in the old way. Ambitions that last, the kind that is inherited, cultivated in silence, and grown across generations. These are the secret orders, the bloodlines with forgotten names. Sure, it can sound like a fantastical take, but it has applications for you and I in the real world, showing itself as the quiet legacy. It's the person who builds something that outlives them, who doesn't need the spotlight but still makes every decision count. It's long-term thinking, building skills, systems, and reputation over time. It's ambitions passed from parent to child or mentor to student. And in a world that often celebrates the loudest voice or the fastest to rise, there's power in choosing the slower path, one of depth, continuity, and purpose. The Sultai perspective reminds us that real legacy isn't always seen, but felt. It's not just about what we accomplish, but what we leave behind for those we'll never meet. In that way, even the quietest work can echo across time, carrying forward the ambitions of those who came before, refined by each generation brave enough to listen. What Sultai offers is a unique way of seeing the world. It teaches us that nothing worth having comes clean or easy, that truth is often hidden because people are afraid of what it reveals, that change isn't just something that happens to you, but something you can carve into yourself with enough will and time, and that ambition, when nurtured across generations, can become something enduring, something sacred. These philosophies may seem cold or unfeeling at first glance, but there's a strange kind of hope buried within. The hope that we're not bound to what we've been told, that we can learn more, become more, and leave more behind than anyone thought possible. And if we're willing to dig, to change, and to remember, then we get to help shape what it becomes next. You know the drill at this point. Before I begin breaking Abzan down into its fundamental parts, we'll first want to take a look at how it's represented in the game, as you can't build a house without a foundation. To do that, I will cover the faction that gives this combination their title, the most common creature type or class that comprises these colors, and finally I will select a character who embodies this combination's values, at least a version of it. With these, we can start talking about the deeper philosophy of Abzan. To start, as you may know, Dragonstorm gave us a new version of each of the clans established in the original Tarkir block. For many, the shift was drastic, but for Abzan, well, they seem to have established roots that have held into the modern day. The Abzan of old have learned that survival depended on the strength of the bonds around you. To them, family, duty, and loyalty are more than words. This version of Abzan moves like a millstone, slow and steady, and when they roll forward, they grind down anything in their past. But the contrast between new and old, as I've said, isn't so stark, because the Abzan of Dragonstorm also prize loyalty, endurance, and family above all. with every decision made done to secure their clan's survival. Even in death, they see it as their duty to guide and protect future generations. Perenation is the belief in preserving life through cycles of birth and death, and it sits at the heart of their culture. As you can see, strong bonds are important to both versions, those that are created at birth and those that are secured through loyalty. If we then move to the most common creature type in this combination, we're met with the dragon. To me, the dragon type in this set of colors is all about strength and endurance. They are the immovable wall that outlives all, steady in its resolve and ever present in the shifting of times. Their power comes from patience, from knowing the longest lasting force is the one that holds. They do not flinch when the world changes, they endure, and in the end, they're the ones still standing. Alright, let's finally talk about an example of an Abzan character who can provide us with another take on the combination. For that, I have picked Anafenza. Anafenza is the embodiment of Abzan ideals, the belief that true family is chosen through honor, not just blood. After surviving the betrayal that destroyed her family, she rose through the ranks of the Abzan clan, not by force, but by earning the trust and respect of those around her. In battle, she would ride at the front of her army, proving she cared more about those she led than even herself. Even in death, she continues to serve her people as an honored ancestor, a guiding spirit carved into the roots of the next generation. Alright, I know that was a lot, but I bet you're starting to see a pattern here. So it's time to start talking big ideas by discussing 3 versions of the Abzan philosophy, where each one is driven by one of its colors more than the other 2. Are we a culmination of those that came before, guiding us in unseen ways? Could it be that our ancestors have laid a path for us to follow, whether that be a reflection or a motivation in? In some cultures, this way of thinking is a given, and whether we can manifest them to truly lead us or just call upon their wisdom passed on, one's lineage has substantial weight on who we are. Abzan believes that a family tree is more than a record of the past. It is the source of truth, where its roots are planted in each of its children. White as a color has a great respect for those that lay themselves out as an example for others to strive to be. But what if those that guide are long since past? Golgari is no stranger to the thought that what is buried still has value, and when its focus is community, it then looks to the lineage of great people for guidance, whether that is their direct family or the leaders of the communities it is a part of. Abzan doesn't revere the past out of nostalgia, but because it believes the future is built brick by brick with ancestral mortar. To honor those that came before is to embody their values in the choices we make now. In this way, legacy isn't a burden, but a birthright. We do not just inherit their path, we choose to walk it with purpose. The bonds of those we have by blood or loyalty are unbreakable, and anyone who would stand in the way deserves no kindness. For a community cultivated by mutual trust is the greatest treasure one can have. Whether that is the family one is born into or a community a person finds themselves within, it does not matter. For if we stand strong together against those that would aim to break our spirit, we are unshakable. This is the Abzan way, and it's no surprise with the colors that make up this black-focused version. You see, Selesnya is a combination that believes in coming together to foster harmony through intertwining with others to form a commune or brotherhood. It understands that the winds of chaos have no power when we interlock as one, while black demands 2 things: that this community be of those that share a common drive or goal, and that anything that opposes it is swiftly and ruthlessly dealt with. In the black-leaning Abzan, family or community is a pact to all within, sealed in action and reinforced through adversity. Here, the bonds that tie us to one another demand that each within act for one another just as they would for themselves, tested by the hammer of conflict and molded into an unbreakable steel, where only those who prove themselves are welcome fully into the fold. There is no tolerance for weakness that threatens the whole, but there is deep, unwavering protection for those within. To be part of this kind of kinship is to know that you will never stand alone, but also to understand what is expected of you in return. If one can quiet both heart and mind, all you will be left with is the underlying truth of all things. But thought, you might think, is the mechanism to uncover truth, and that heart is the drive to experience it. To that, Abzan says these are frivolous aspects of our humanity, and are but a filter we place over all things, one that is marked only by our personal experiences. What this means is that truth and purpose exist whether we interact with it or not, and in fact, our interaction with it changes the outcome of what we see. Instead of framing things through our own experiences, we must open our minds and quiet the noise. These concepts are not all too unfamiliar to green, you see, a color that is closest to the base form it was born into, while Orzhov is a pragmatic and practical combination, one who deals in absolutes, in the black and white of existence, if you will. To this version of Abzan, a combination that lacks both red and blue, the whims of one's passion or the distractions of abstract theory hold little value. Emotions can cloud and speculation can distort. What is left is that which endures, what lasts, those paths tested and proven by time. There is a resilience to finding the quiet space where truth resides, because within it you are unmoved by the whims of change. You are rooted in absolutes, the same that have lasted for eons past. You simply are and will be. So now, with the foundation laid and the pillars of white, black, and green having given their voice, we can see what truly makes Abzan stand apart. It does not shout, it does not race, it merely endures. In a world of shifting loyalties and fleeting ideals, Abzan holds fast to what lasts: lineage, loyalty, and truth. It is the promise that the strong protect the whole, and the wisdom of the past guides the steps of the future, and that when all else crumbles, those who stand together will remain. If nothing else, Abzan reminds us that legacy is not what we leave behind, it's what we carry forward every single day.